Hello, good evening, welcome, whatever time it is, wherever the hell you are. Welcome back to B-Sides. This is episode 4 already. We
Oh
have
my gosh.
a
Yay.
beautiful panel
Yay.
this evening with a very special guest. It's Smilex. Finally, it's your time.
Woo!
Yeah,
It's
thank
your
you.
time
Thank you
to
very much.
shine.
Thank you. Thank you. Did you expect squeaking? I'm sorry to disappoint.
Well, I expected something. I don't know. Fireworks or raw fish being thrown.
Hey, I've got those here. I've got them all here. You just can't see them on camera.
I noticed you cleaned out the green room. Not a sardine left in the place.
I told you we should have done the hot tubs this time.
Yeah, now that would have been great.
Well, if someone would join our goddamn Patreon, I could rent one. Jesus. Welcome, everybody. How are you, Barbara?
I'm great.
You are great.
I'm so happy it's Friday. I can't even. Kids in my office were insane today. Over
Anything
it.
noteworthy?
Well, you do work in a mental institution. I mean, it's to be expected.
No,
Well,
that's
it's an
your hobby.
elementary school, so.
Oh, same thing. Same thing.
No. I
She
mean, unless you want to
relaxes.
hear stories about kids throwing up all over my cot, then yeah, I'm happy to regale you, but I'd rather leave that behind.
No, I had children. I don't need to hear that again.
No.
You're breeding, Jay? Oh, God.
I already bred, and they are breeding.
Oh, Jethro, how are you?
Oh, I'm doing great. Just got done attending Fantastic Fest here in Austin, Texas.
That's right. For those of us who are not familiar, let us in on what Fantastic Fest consists of.
Well, it's 8 days of genre-related film festival. So there's a lot of horror. Yeah, I saw a lot of horror movies. Saw a few sci-fi movies. Saw some retrospective screenings, including the new Caligula. There's they have unearthed, and this thing took years. The guy who put it together was there, and so was Malcolm McDowell. And it took years for them to just go through all the footage that they had, which was not stored in any sort of catalog whatsoever. It was.
I remember hearing they shot a lot of stuff that never made it on screen. I guess it was like a very crazy production, obviously.
Yes, yeah. When they were making the movie, the director starts ignoring Gore Vidal's script, and Gore Vidal did sue to have his name removed unsuccessfully. And then after they made the movie, Bob Guccione, the producer of this film, just took it and put porn in it. He's like, no, we actually need full-on porn scenes. So then he proceeded to shoot unrelated porn scenes and that's the Caligula that came out in theaters in 1980. And not to go on and on about it, but what I thought was the most amazing is that, this guy had to sort through this like box. Everything was just shoved in a box. All the audio, all the negatives. None of them were labeled. They had to be looked at or listened to from start to finish just to know what the hell was there.
It's like the worst episode of Storage Wars ever. Family photos, Caligula tapes, old toys.
Yeah, and they didn't have the 1980 negative from the 1980 release. That's the one thing they didn't have was that negative. So he said, well, we've got a great print of it. We'll just go to that when we need it. And even though some of the same scenes are in there and everything, there was so much material that had never been used, that had never been developed.
How long is the new cut?
This is like 3 hours long. It's right about 3 hours long. And they didn't need to reference the original release once. There is not a single frame that you have seen before in this new Caligula.
No shit.
No shit. Yeah.
Wow.
It's
what else did you see?
Well, there were secret screenings, which are like, advanced secret screenings. The least exciting of which was Saw 10, because that comes out, I think, today.
Whatever.
Right. Yeah. It's like, that's not really, a new release. I mean, it's not really a far out release or anything. But we saw Saltburn from the director of Promising Young Female. And we saw Dream Scenario starring Nicolas Cage, which was great. And I highly recommend it. Very fun. And then we saw Luc Besson's new film, Dog Man. And
cool.
that's one word for it. I know a lot of people I spoke to really liked it. But in a nutshell, Luc Besson was like, I'm going to make a movie about, a disabled person, even though I don't know any disabled people or anything about disability. He has a spinal fracture, which I assume is bad. I'm not looking it up though. And he's also going to be a drag show. He's going to do drag. And I've never been to a drag performance, but here's what I imagine they're like anyway. I've seen them in movies myself.
A paraplegic drag performance?
A paraplegic drag performer who has an army of dogs that steal for him because he can essentially talk to them telepathically, although they never really come out and say that. His training is, I'm telling you. And also, Luc Besson has never met a dog. He doesn't know anything about dogs.
So this is telepathy, drag, and handicapped people all in one film. I feel represented. It's my film.
I've been seen.
Oh God, it's about time.
It's almost like he saw all the bad press the whale got and was like, well, I want in on that.
Can't do any worse. Yeah. Jesus.
Oh yeah, like this movie is not going to be embraced by the disability community.
Safe to say, Luc Besson has lost his mind.
I mean,
Yeah.
To be fair, quadriplegics can't really embrace anything.
Wow, we're starting early.
It's not.
And we're saying
Margaret
it's own.
Stanwyck out here.
It's not quad. I mean, he can use his arms,
Oh, okay.
And yeah. And even though he grew up like this, like his legs are not atrophied, and even though walking could kill him because this bullet is still lodged in his spine, he puts on his leg braces every day before he gets in his wheelchair. I mean, the whole thing is just, man, could you have just done
Is it
one?
bad good or just bad?
It is like I was invigorated. I was so excited by how bad this movie was. Every single turn it takes is like, I can't believe he's doing this. I can't believe what this movie is doing. Like the first 10 minutes in, I'm like, is this a joke? A practical joke? Like are they like, haha, we got you, Fantastic Fest. Now here's the real movie. But no, it just kept going on. The whole thing's a flashback, but he is not in every scene. So it's like, I imagine when these two got together, this is what they talked about. And I will tell you about that.
The dogs told him. The dogs told him.
And like just every aspect of this movie. The last time Luc Besson made a movie, it was called Valerian and the something with 1,000 planets. Like it was like a huge mouthful of a title. And like, so for years, he's been hearing from people like, maybe that movie would have made some money if the title was shorter. So he's like, well, here's my new movie, Dog Man. I took the space out. It's Dog Man. All right. No one can get upset about how long this title is. It's Dog Man.
Jesus Christ.
Wow.
Looking forward to that.
Yeah,
it's amazing. It is like, it's okay to bully it because it is also very insensitive. And it's he really is like, I don't know if he thought he was going to make friends with the drag community or the disability community or the shelter rescue or
it's French.
I have not. Yeah, well, I mean, if he's going to boil people down, then we'll just go ahead and boil him down. That's what Luke. You're not creative. You're French.
Oh, the French wine, the champagne, bon.
Where's the uninspired reviewer when you need him?
Oh God, we need him all the time, but we can only get him every other episode.
Bunch of baguettes running around there.
Oh, my
yeah.
God.
I mean, everything. There's an animal shelter, and it's full of $10,000 and $20,000 purebreds. You know,
Sure.
like, and including that dog that looks like yarn that has dreadlocks. This is an
Oh, yeah.
insanely expensive dog, and this guy has 2 of them. This man who lives in a burnt out old school with his dogs. You know.
Those were clearly on loan from some rich person Luke is friends with.
He doesn't own a single shovel. None of it's realistic. None of it.
Well, from a nursing standpoint, putting on the leg braces and still being in the wheelchair is very realistic.
Is it? Okay. Okay.
Yes.
Glad to hear that.
Look, you've got to have great legs
But,
to do drag.
Yeah.
But I'm
Yeah.
guessing the drag name is Wheelie Baguettes or something like that.
Well, that's the other frustrating thing is he hides his disability when he is performing drag. So he just doesn't move at all. He just stands there, and I guess his lips are such a great performance that he.
I mean, I knew a girl
becomes-
like
he
that.
becomes a hit.
I'm fine if
He
she didn't
becomes a
move as
hit.
long as
Yeah.
her lips
Sounds
are
like
going
Mr.
down.
Brown.
Yeah. So
I immediately pictured some sort of Forrest Gump routine. Like, dance,
Yeah.
Forrest, dance. Oh, my God.
I was hoping
Yeah,
for
it
my
was-
left foot on the stripper pole.
yeah, it was just distracting because this guy, you know, he's not supposed to walk, you know, but he still does it all
Gotta
the time.
dance.
That's right.
And,
The Ethel Merman came out.
and
Yikes-a-roo.
yeah. He suffered no atrophy whatsoever his whole life, you know, like when he wants to stand and walk, he's just like, and away I go. Woo!
It was up to the audience to suffer the atrophy, mostly mental.
Yeah, I was in a hip cast for 6 months and I fucking limped for 10 years after that. There's no way.
Yeah.
Oh, well, maybe it's just a fantasy film.
It was amazing. Yeah, it was amazing. It was
Sounds more
amazing.
like a fever dream.
Yeah.
Did you at
And-
least get
and-
to see a Neil Breen film or anything?
Oh, yeah.
I mean,
Did you?
that's I
That's the
was
one I've
really
been waiting
hoping
for.
I was really hoping that one of the secret screenings would have been The Room with Bob Odenkirk. That's what I really want to see. I want to see the version of The Room with Bob Odenkirk, and I don't know if there are any other names in it, but there's like this one scene of it you could see online that someone taped from a, you know, when they showed it in a theater, and I really want to see it. Really want to see it.
Fantastico.
Yeah.
We have a second run revival theater here in our tiny little bit of a town, but
Mhm.
they're only open on Friday nights, and we gave it up to combat Gary and Friday Night Tights, so we're here instead.
Ah.
Yeah, they were just
Well,
showing
that's-
Jaws, and missing out on October there is a bummer. We went last year and we saw The Brain That Wouldn't Die,
Oh,
The
nice.
Wasp Woman, and what
Nice,
was the
nice.
third one?
Oh, it was Teenagers from Outer Space.
Oh, Teenagers from Outer Space. And I bring up The Brain That Wouldn't Die because tonight's feature here on B-Sides is the actual original movie that The Brain That Wouldn't Die was ripped off of a year later. And I
That
recently
was a
just-
beautiful segue.
Ah.
It was
Yeah.
an absolutely beautiful segue, that.
It was
Yeah.
my understanding that we were covering a health film about the perils of oral sex.
I have that for the shorts. And not
Oh,
even
okay,
kidding.
good.
It's not even a joke. I brought some shorts tonight, folks, and I'm not wearing them, but I'm going to show them.
Yeah.
Yeah, so this is The Head. This is a German film from 1959. Has anyone not seen The Brain That Wouldn't Die? Everyone's seen it?
I
I believe
could-
I have seen it. Yeah, I think I have seen it.
I
With-
couldn't discuss plot points too well because it's been a while, but yes, I have seen The Brain That
Yeah,
Wouldn't Die. I
at
believe
least-
I've also seen it on Mystery Science as well, too.
Right.
Didn't they do that too?
It's one of their best episodes.
Yeah.
And I've been in love with that movie forever with the infamous Jan in a Pan.
Oh, yes. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
So earlier this year, I discovered The Head, and this is exactly what they copied, but poorly. It is no less strange because it's German, so it's
Excellent.
automatically funnier, unless you're German. And
Well, I mean,
oh, Stupenzo in the chat says Mike Nelson's first episode was The Brain That Wouldn't Die.
that's absolutely right. Absolutely right. Yeah.
Check out the big brain on Stupenzo.
And what does she like? Has a hissy voice, right? Because
Yeah, she does.
Yeah,
And
it's
great
that
makeup.
attention. It's that attention to detail. They're like, she has no lungs, so
Right. Gurgle, gurgle.
so I imagine this is the noise she makes.
Right.
She should just like try and swallow air and then belch it out.
Sort of a throat queef.
Yeah, exactly.
Well,
I'm
unless
going to call
anybody,
it from now on.
unless anybody else wants to throw something in, I think we should just get to it because the movie
No.
definitely speaks for itself.
I
before-
can't top throat queef.
Before we get started, I did want to. I know a lot of us found out yesterday about
please, Jay.
Tim
Yeah.
Honnebaum. Apparently, by all accounts, he took his own life July 22nd this year. Would have been 63 years old. Tim, I actually went back and checked. He was on Brownie's stream with us the 16th and was having a great old time. So I don't know what was going on in his life. Wished he would have reached out to someone that could have helped out. Any of you, we all go through dark times. We all have some rough patches. Don't be afraid to reach out to your fellow man babies and have us try and lift you up or at least listen and understand what's going on. I mean, the world is diminished without Tim in it.
He was a very friendly and very funny man. By all accounts, had a new animation project going, and everything seemed to be fine. And he just kind of stopped showing up. He came around intermittently, and then he kind of vanished. And I think it hit all of us pretty hard. If you ever had the pleasure of sparring with him in the chats.
Yeah, Tim and Fiona were the reason that I joined Brownie's chat. They encountered me, I think, in BSUP, and I was riffing with them, and they were like, there's a place you ought to go that's filled with a lot of people like you. You might enjoy it, and so I hopped over and been enjoying it since. And really, if it weren't for Tim and Fee, I wouldn't be on this stream either. So it's personally it's a loss. I mean, I can't imagine what his family is going through, but don't be afraid to reach out. As much of a smart ass them, and trust me, I bust balls with the best of them. If you got a real problem, let me know. I've got nothing but time.
Yeah, and I think any of us would be willing to step up in that sort of situation. And I think a lot of us have experience with depression and isolation. And a lot of times when you get that far down, you feel like you don't want to be a burden and you don't want to bother somebody. But go ahead and try,
Absolutely, talking helps. Talking really helps. I mean, since we're already in this particular tone, I don't think there's very much I can actually add to what Jay just said. But you don't really know what's going on with anybody. I've probably just had the worst 20 months of my life, and yet I still come into chat. And for the most part, I don't think anybody would know that that's the case because I come in with a sort of a cheery attitude. And you don't really like you just said, reach out, talk to somebody because talking really does help. And it doesn't matter to me. It doesn't matter to me if you're a complete stranger. If you want to just talk and say you've got something on your mind, I'm more than happy to listen and do whatever I can. But try friends, try professionals. But failing that, find somebody that you speak to in a chat room, a complete stranger. Anybody will listen. You'd be surprised just how much love for your fellow man human beings generally have. As much as we can be absolutely snarky and horrible on the internet and put terrible comments out there, I think a lot of us have big hearts behind the scenes.
And I think that's a lot of why we're here, is because a lot of us have some less than pleasant things going on in our lives on a day-to-day basis, and this is a great escape. But it's also a great place to meet people of a like mind and build real
Yep.
relationships. And Jay and I had a long conversation about this the past couple of days. These are real relationships that we have with people. They may be digital, but there's real people behind the keyboard. And
Yeah,
if
absolutely.
you're struggling, if you need a second opinion, if you need help, go ahead and ask someone that you get on with.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Man babies got to stick together.
Man babies
Yeah.
together strong.
This
All right.
this little online community that we've been building, not just here, but obviously through Brown's chat and BSUP and others. You come across the same people, and like Adam said, these are real people behind, real avatars, and the community is meant to be a community where we help each other, we grow each other, and we support each other. And Tim, it really hit me hard too,
Yeah, it
because
was a
Tim
gut
always
punch.
seemed like very sweet, kind man, and who was extremely talented and funny. And he's going to be so greatly missed by all of us. And I had noticed his absence, and I had sincerely hoped that, he was working. That's what he was working on. He was working on the animation project. And to have this, come out of nowhere. And when you recognize the dates, how far off it's been, it really hit me hard. And so that's exactly what you guys have been saying. We're here for each other. We're here to support each other and care for each other. And this is the community that you can feel safe in, that you can feel seen and heard in.
Agreed.
And that's what we're here. We're here for to make people laugh, but we're here to be supportive as well.
Absolutely. You will be missed, Tim. Thanks for all the laughs, and I hope you found some peace. And the risk of switching tones.
I'm sure Brownie's going to mention something on Sunday.
Yeah.
I know I talked to him via email about it, and Tim Hannebaum's name was his favorite name to pronounce. He took a special relish in Tim Hannebaum.
Open brackets. I like saying this. Close brackets. Hannebaum.
Hannebaum.
And not to forget Hannah Timbaum.
Yes,
Yeah,
Hannah
absolutely.
Timbaum.
Occasionally
Yeah.
in the
Absolutely.
chat. Quite the hottie. Yeah. Well,
She's
Yeah.
no
Black lives.
Velma Dinklage, though, is she? She's no Velma Dinklage.
That avatar is messed up.
I hate to do
And now on with the film.
I'm
Yes.
going to I'm going to duck out for 30 seconds. So somebody tell a joke. I'll be right back and we'll start the movie.
Oh, okay. Chat all skate.
How many Freudians does it take to change a light bulb? It takes two. One to change the bulb, and the other to hold the penis. The ladder. The ladder.
Oh shit! I've slipped again.
That's all I got.
Black lives are black votes. R.I.P. Momulon.
Absolutely.
True that.
Absolutely.
Jamal Ammo with a pretty good statement.
Yeah.
Noah's live streams helped out a lot of miserable coming off drugs. F&T was the first time
Yeah.
he laughed in months. Led him to Mr. Brown and here. Been really
Yeah.
important in my recovery. Yeah, I've had some real shit days, and one good belly laugh can turn that day around pretty quick.
Yeah.
Very, very therapeutic.
Absolutely right.
Yeah.
I was working
All right.
nights. I was working nights most of last year. So the Brown streams, which were coming on sort of about 10:30, 11 p.m., were perfect. And I mean, I even subjected myself to FNT from time to time because
Don't do it.
it's just a bit of background noise. But
I ran into Smilex in all kinds of wretched highs of scum and
horrible
villainy
places,
in the chat.
horrible
Yeah.
places.
Yeah, I've seen that otter in some bad neighborhoods.
Yeah, but I mean, good ones as well. I go on clobbering times, and I behave myself very, very differently in there than I do on Mr. Brown's. I'm actually a very good boy in there.
Yeah, I mean that's the fun part about Brand is, and again, I think it's why Tim and Fee kind of grabbed me out of BSUP was we really are at times just man babies. We're taking the piss out of things, and we're being smart asses, and we're being bitchy about things, and then double entendres and messing with each other. But occasionally you run into someone that's having an issue, and that changes tone real quick.
Yeah. Well, it's a good bunch, and we're a smart bunch, and God damn it, we're funny.
And people
You
us.
speak for yourself, damn it.
Yeah.
I'm going to prove it right now. Here we go with the head from 1959, folks.
Thank God we're all finally going to get some head.
Yes. I hear Mickey Dolenz is really good in this.
Oh, fine.
Just the credits in German. The movie's in English.
So what role did Satan play in this?
I think it was Satan's hanging nutsack.
It translates to the naked and Satan, which is weird.
Doesn't help much, really. Although there will be a quick movie flash.
Oh boy.
Get your screenshot ready.
Dude.
Remember Brain That Wouldn't Die, there's one of blood serums. Find it here with source material as well.
Did I drop acid? Is this soundtrack? It's reminding me of when I used to drop acid.
These are some seriously German opening credits.
Yeah, uncomfortable perspective. German.
Finally, proof of Dr. Abel.
Ableism.
He's not a medical doctor.
Ableism. He's on his way to talk to Luc Besson.
He's not the best, but he's first in the phone book.
Aardvark, Abel. Oh, let's try this.
He's a veterinarian.
It's Chekhov's turtle.
It's Morrissey.
Good news for that turtle.
It's Luc Besson.
That's bad news for that turtle.
Oh, my crippled nun fetish is already getting off.
You're gonna have a great night.
Oh yeah.
Somehow I knew there was going to be a public park involved in a movie called The Head.
She's all yours, Captain.
Yes, I'm here about the head.
I'm
I've
liking the
heard
ones
good
in the
things
chat.
about the head.
Too soon, guys. Too soon.
Delivering or
I mean,
receiving?
She does have filthy habits.
Not yet.
I'm not even apologizing.
Oh.
There's the day bed.
Oh.
Can everyone hear this okay? It's a little low in my ears.
Yeah, they're a little low.
It's low in mine. Everybody else is nice and
That
loud.
opening music was blasting me though.
Yeah.
Well, turn up your headphones because we're on full on the player.
Ach.
Why? What do you mean? Irene, you know me. You know that I'm not what you might call a very religious man. No, that's true. But now I'm starting to question certain things. any man the right to compel nature to surrender her closest secrets? I can't answer. I'm very much confused.
My mind is in a muddle.
Walter, has the professor spoken to you yet?
About what?
About him? He examined me 2 weeks ago.
I'm
and I wanted
looking
to
at
know.
the
Oh, I'm
man in the
sorry.
window.
I really don't know what's wrong.
That-
with me these days.
Do you smell Morrissey?
That is well.
Convinced, not really.
I'm here to tell you the good news.
I'm with you. You know,
Luckily, we put a mobile by the window to distract
I
him.
have full confidence in the professor.
It's a burglar trap.
Hold just
You wake
a
up in the
minute.
morning, they're still
I'll be
batting it
straight
around,
straight.
fascinated.
And nobody's going to stare at me.
Hey, everyone in the chat, is the movie levels okay with you? Because the levels should have been corrected. If you can't hear them, we'll fix it somehow.
I will be able to see you soon. We'll talk about it then.
Look at all these people in the chat trying to hook up with Morrissey.
And the hunchback nun.
Get in line.
I'm looking for the house of Professor Abel.
That's it.
Yeah, it's very low.
Yeah.
Yeah, it is, which is weird because this should be the corrected copy. The music was fine and the titles.
The music was way overblown, and it might be Streamlabs auto correcting it.
Mm.
Yeah,
Mm.
I'm sorry, folks. If it gets too unbearable, we'll find another file.
Stan? Laurel?
Yes.
Hello, Dr. Wood. Good evening, Professor. May I
Have you brought me my chin?
The first-class surgeon.
He's
My
got
cheese
plenty.
whiz, boy.
He has plenty.
Designed this house. This is Bert Yeager, an engineer of genius. He
Great
designed
blocking.
my
Yeah,
Yeah.
perfect.
Yeah.
He's blocking everything. It's perfect.
Yeah.
Okay, so I did read some trivia about this actor, the big doctor.
Yeah.
Apparently, he had suffered an accident of some kind on his previous movie or something like that, and he took this part because he's going to spend most of the entire film sitting down with his head sticking through a pan. So
Oh.
Yeah. Well, I looked to find out what, but I couldn't find it. But what he had
let's
happened.
pause the movie for a second. We are
Yeah.
absolutely blowing this thing out.
Yeah.
You can hardly hear anything.
I can
from
hardly
the
hear it.
dialogue, and we sound like we're talking through megaphones.
that's really strange. Okay,
The
go ahead.
Stop
Barbara.
and start it.
Go ahead, Barbara.
Well, okay, so Michelle Simone, who's the doctor, he had had his body and face kind of temporarily, partially paralyzed by using tainted makeup in a previous film. And I tried to find out which film it was, but I couldn't find it. But that's why he took this part, was he was going to be sitting down and it was mostly just his head, and he figured that was work. And he also figured that it wouldn't be successful either. He just figured, oh, this is a paycheck film. And then it ended up being kind of a big hit, not just in Europe, but in the States as well.
Okay, give me another.
Realize,
30
my
seconds.
God, I could make a lot more money just sitting on ass than actually getting up and
Yeah.
moving around and doing that acting thing.
And he was
Dude.
kind of an eccentric, weirdy kind of guy. He built a house that had like wire tunnels all over the house connecting different floors so that his pet monkey could roam all over the place.
Wow.
Yeah.
Monkey.
Yeah.
Did he
Yeah.
did he also have a daughter that he kept down in those catacombs? And
No, but he was kind of a hoardery kind of guy, because I guess when he died pretty much alone, and this house was like packed with, you know, a
Monkeys.
big soft
Monkey.
porn collection.
Oh.
the monkey left him. What was that about? Was
I don't
that
know where the
falling
monkey
out?
went.
Probably business.
But yeah, he had like a kind of a huge erotic I guess is what they would call it to be polite.
Uh,
But he had a pretty big porn stash.
I'm looking at him. He's
I've seen
not
his
getting
porn
laid a lot.
stash.
Porn
He's
is
got it
probably
now.
what he's got. Yeah.
yeah.
Yeah, he does have a
His
porn
face.
stash.
He has a porn stash and he has a stash of porn.
And, and and apparently his acting career took off as soon as he hid his body.
Yes. You know, that was the same thing with my porn career.
He really didn't do much work afterwards. He was kind of a big star up until this point, and
Gotcha.
then it just kind of fell apart after
Yeah.
this.
I'd say he's
Wonder
about
why.
275. That's a
Yeah.
pretty big star. Yeah.
When your career needs a glory hole.
Yes.
Wow. Okay, I'm gonna find a
Do we-
different file.
Do we get a discount if we just use his head?
Yeah, it's kept at waist level, but I don't want spoilers. It's,
Oh boy. Oh,
yeah,
boy.
it's
This
really
was released in 1959 for Europe and everything, but it didn't come out until 1961 here in the United States, and then The Brain That Wouldn't Die was like I think the next year.
Ah, okay.
Yeah.
All right, let's try this.
You have a very strange
Oh, StreamYards is muting this. Okay, so if I go back, this is
Oh, God, not that intro again.
shut up. And then
Shut up.
it's muting it again when I
Schweinhund.
get to the dialogue. I'm sorry, folks. This is what we got. Damn it. The audio has been corrected on both of these files. I don't know what to tell you.
Oh.
I have followed your recent experiments with great interest, Professor, especially that in which you succeeded in removing the head from a dog's body and keeping it alive for 4 months. The Russians performed that experiment months before I did.
You see, I've always wanted a headless dog of my very own.
Keeping human tissue alive.
It goes well with my four-assed monkey.
It's the dream we all dream of.
I like dogs. I don't like all the poopy, you know.
Yes. It really cuts down on the feeding expenses.
Yeah.
Well, it doesn't seem to be any settings for adjusting the feature volume.
You will find everything you'll ever need here. Electrocardiograph, electrocephalograph, and this.
I mean, we could do the Brown Alliance players and just repeat the lines for everybody.
Or just make up new ones. I mean, we
Well,
could do the whole
I
show.
I think that would be even better.
Do we
There's
have to do it in
door
Jamaican
handles.
accents?
Only in
enough
Jamaican
weed for
accents.
Only Jamaican accents, absolutely.
At that, I'm not sure what the hell that does, but it looks pretty cool, right?
That's his glory hole.
Don't touch
That,
I have invented a new bedpan. I'm still working out some kinks on it.
There's stains on the inside. What is happening?
I said theoretically, Professor. Yes, you're perfectly right. Theoretically, it's possible.
And this guy, creepy Morrissey guy, he also had a pretty decent career in Germany. Did a lot of bad guy parts for westerns. He started in the big showdown with Lee Van Cleef.
oh, cool.
Nice.
He does kind of have that, that evil look. Like, yeah, I could just turn it on.
Oh yeah.
Bert? Yes? What do
He-
you think of the new man? I don't know.
You mean in the Nietzsche?
Yeah. Like, do I want a massage from him? What do you mean?
Oh, I thought we were talking philosophy. It was...
Yeah.
Dr. Wu,
What do I?
do forgive me, but I must call your attention to a most important fact. The professor has a weak heart.
You fucked up the Vitruvian man on the wall.
Any undue emotion might
The thing
He's
I
been
don't like about
erased.
it, it's got all these arms. And these
Yes.
legs. It's ridiculous.
Oh, it's my new
Just like to get
project.
back
The East
He's
Germans
been
are
a-
very excited about having him on the swim team.
Is he meditating? What is going on?
That was foreshadowing back there. He'd been erasing the legs and arms, you know.
Why do we always end up back at some faux Oriental place in these movies?
It's not my personal taste, I swear.
Uh-huh.
Uh-huh.
It's super sex attraction.
Lily.
Lily. Von
Lily.
Stupp.
Von Stoop.
You got a big kick out of
I'm
taking
tired.
one of those slots.
Oh, tired.
If you want to make me a better offer, go ahead. I'm sick of standing around shivering and playing the model for you.
Rapunzel, let down your hair.
I just don't like seeing you undressed in front of others.
Either hair would be fine.
You're jealous,
Yeah.
plain jealous. If you don't like it, do something about it. You could live like millionaires if you wanted. If your father, the great John Lerner, would only make you work a little on your law examination.
Incorporating sex and KKK in one outfit. Every man's dream.
The Grand Wizardess.
I make you sick, huh? Who needs you anyway?
Miss Lily, on stage.
Yes, I'm coming. So I make you sick, huh?
1 minute to go, Miss Lily.
Just wait.
Kinky.
I'll make you sick.
Yeah.
Love that she added the mask.
You don't want to get doxxed in a strip club.
Yeah.
This is definitely for a very specific niche, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's Germans. It's Germans.
Thank
Thank God it's not Scheisse porn.
With the African mask over the stage.
Now is the
Being-
time and time when we dance. Touch my monkey.
We invented this term niche. That is German. This is German.
Feeling a little Nietzsche myself.
When it's the knight's turn to strip, it's going to get really complicated.
Yeah. And loud.
Yeah,
Really?
we need a welder.
Hmm.
The shittiest striptease I've seen since the last time I did striptease.
Put it on, please.
Yes, exactly.
Put it back on. Well,
See
at
why
least
this
her
is a hit.
That girl thick.
buns are powdered.
Yes.
That's why he has the binoculars. He's like, "Are her buns powdered?"
It'd be indecent if it wasn't. Well, this is belly dancing two times in a row. And she's about as stacked as the last belly dancer, too.
Well, this one is decidedly
A
better. I
little
think.
bit.
From an A cup to a B cup. Okay.
Armor
Weren't you in
suits for the
Casablanca?
right. They've actually wandered into Casablanca.
Yeah.
Who
Tam
speaks
Tam is
German?
Rick's in German.
We speak German. How much German? So much German.
Such much?
Such
Which
much
watch?
German.
Martini, please, Frank.
One very dry martini.
That's a mole.
It's Chekhov's mole.
Yeah.
And whiskey for you, Paul. Come on, let's make up again.
This is not an attractive woman.
I disgust you, don't forget.
Well,
So Tam Tams is a little Polynesian, I guess. It's-
Another martini, please, Frank.
Lily, don't drink so much.
Another one, Frank, please.
God, who does he look like?
a creep.
Always the
Well,
same
I
old
mean, other than that. Boo, boo, boo.
Just using the teeth to fix the clasp on her necklace. That's all. He's being helpful. Yes, we all feel bad for her, sir.
They should feel bad for us for watching this movie.
Gentlemen, will you please examine these two X-ray plates?
Young Joe Biden.
Serious condition. One part is
He was never young.
The other
But that never existed. Grumpy and sniffy.
Gee, your hair smells terrific.
This entire film is shot in Munich, apparently. I go there every year to Oktoberfest, so I'm just hoping that I can find a few locations where I've thrown up along the way.
Oh, nice.
I'll
Was
point
one
them
of them the Tam Tam Club?
Yeah.
They don't want to let me back in there.
No, it was actually this
That's
x-ray
what
room.
happened.
Yeah, it was this doctor's office, the last place.
Will be performed. Yes, the photo on the left is of my own heart. But Professor, I'm sorry to have to say so, but we can't possibly go that far. We shall go ahead with it.
Someone left a Rolex under my ribcage.
I'm sorry.
Yeah,
We should do a head what?
I missed it.
First phase.
A headectomy?
I think he was saying they shouldn't go ahead, and he was waving it off like, no.
Oh, we should go ahead.
Yeah. What?
Nah, it'll be fine.
This is a very bizarre choice of Igor.
I love the Bond villain lair though. It's pretty slick.
It is cool, isn't it? I love that staircase.
Yeah, all the door handles and everything. Pretty cool.
Here's the case history. I'm afraid it's completely hopeless.
What hump?
No, but we're going to try anyway.
Is there anything the matter?
Is it moved?
No, I'll see you later.
This is also some great blocking, man. This movie is full of them.
They're
This
German.
was-
They're taking blocking a bit too literally, as they do
Yeah.
everything else.
Blocking strong.
They're just very excited about the craftsmanship and all these waist cinching belts that everyone's wearing.
Actually, it could be filmed by Dave Filoni. There's a lot of ass shots.
Yeah.
We're attempting an operation that has never been
Not good ass shots. Jeez.
complicated.
So a lot like Dave Filoni.
Every time someone tells you the truth, you understand.
They're very, Ahsoka's very mid ass shots, but you're like so grateful to see something interesting when it comes up. You're like, I'd hit it.
I believe the term is Argentinian princess. It's when the office girl who's a 5 at best turns into like an 8 when you're really bored on an afternoon and there's nobody else there.
No, we call that office hot in America. Yeah,
Office hot.
under no other circumstances would she
Beer
be hot.
goggles. Last call, and you got a good set of beer goggles.
Well, we'll do.
The man's already dead.
See, and that's why I drink at work.
That'll do, pig. That'll do.
We have to try.
Do it, get out! I'm going to call them off. Tell them to pick up the body. Put down that telephone. Screw you, really are insane.
That was violent.
Slap fight. Slap fight.
Voodoo chop.
Uh-oh.
Whoa, where's this going?
Oh. I think I know where it's going.
But we've
Get
Oh,
some
no, I need to
Cronenberg
get my
instruments.
spreaders. The spreaders.
I'll pinch you is what I'll do. I'll pinch you good.
Technological instruments
Ooh.
for mutant women.
Told you I wasn't insane. Man. It's going to put a funny taste in the salad, though.
It's a tossed salad man.
We
Now that
thought
guy
that
has a
title. We thought the tossed salad man title was a little too suggested, so we went with the head.
The head.
If you toss a salad too long, it's just soup.
Everybody's growing humps around here. See, if he'd have removed that dog's head, there wouldn't be any barking. He would have got away with it perfectly.
The backside of that dog is a cat.
I have never dug anything before in my life. How does this work? I've seen a shovel, but this is Luc Besson making a movie about a shovel.
Oh, he's exhausted. There is some quality acting there.
Yeah. We're chewing scenery, folks, and it's gorgeous scenery, too.
Okay, time out. Let's pause this. What the fuck is going on?
Well, he doesn't know how to dig a hole, which is why his clothes are so clean.
Yes, okay, so the whole point of the must dig hole, let's just roll that back a bit. So he develops a hump that looks especially like a man that he's probably going to dig a hole for or whatever. Now, there was a slap fight. What the hell was that all about?
He wanted to go forward with an experiment,
yeah,
right? That he's
yeah.
not supposed to.
Yeah,
But-
he showed up to do this particular experiment.
Yeah.
Okay. But then they closed the NORAD blast doors
Mm-hmm.
to
Yeah.
something.
I
Is
think
that
I think he cut off his head.
well? No,
Yeah.
that's after the slap fight.
Yeah.
Then he gets the bone scissors
Yeah.
and goes to town.
And
But-
how is this connected to the medieval burlesque cocktail bar that was earlier in the
Yeah, the Polynesian cocktail bar.
Yeah.
That will come back. That will at
Okay.
least some of the people we met. in
Well,
that will.
I have no doubt that the Polynesian strip book club will come back. Whether it makes any sense when it comes back is an
I
entirely
told
different
you it has
question.
nothing to do with my personal taste. Nothing.
Okay, all
Uh-huh.
right. That's
Uh-huh.
I mean, it doesn't help that they're all whispering, but hilariously, the Foley artists, I can hear them brilliantly.
Oh yeah, they're good. They're good.
Oh, they're stomping all over the place. It's the actual speaking that's problematic. But this makes no sense. This is
Well, if there
I'm
was
sensing a theme, Adam. I'm sensing a theme. If Mr. Moto shows up in this, I'm kicking your ass.
tell Barbara all about it. Yeah. Well,
Amelia Bedelia called the slap fight a struggle snuggle.
Oh.
hi, Amelia. Thanks for coming.
Oh god.
Yeah.
that kills
If
me.
there was a slug line for this movie, it's keep your eye on the mole. Okay.
Why is my jacket making that sound?
Heaven knows I am miserable now.
Now's the time on Sprockets when we mope.
Girlfriend in the leaf pile, I know.
I know it's serious. No,
I
it's the
hope
movie.
no one finds the
Oh
body.
my god, he's gonna turn into the Wolfman.
Wolfman.
Oh, he's allergic to stock footage.
Exactly.
You too?
I hate this Bauhaus shit. I can't even lay down on it.
I don't know how chairs work. Oh, how do chairs work?
How did this guy become a doctor?
Correspondence.
He had the coat. He already had the coat.
Yeah.
Bert, we must save the professor's life.
I like how he kind of reassures the henchmen a little bit. You know, like we'll be fine. And your hat looks great, by the way.
Yes.
We're gonna buff all this out. It's gonna be fine.
You wear that trench coat in the park?
What
My Princess
become
Leia
of
under
me?
it.
We hate it when our friends become successful.
Ready?
Where's the most expensive machine that goes bing?
Yeah. Bing.
Careful.
Oh, I love this.
Stand on.
The hell?
Oh. Oh, that's nice.
Salad fork.
Sponge.
Fast.
Oh,
Jeez.
Wow.
Somebody fix that damn clock.
Heart weakening.
It's always time for pizza.
Respiration weakening. Respiration stop.
They'll plug the respirator back in.
Robot, do you have any ideas?
R2, try and increase the power.
More Alka-Seltzer.
Meanwhile, in another movie,
Meanwhile, out on the lake.
Well, they do speak for. Oh, well, no, never mind. It's Louisiana. I don't know.
He never did figure out that damn shovel.
This was easier. This was easier than the shovel.
I mean, it wore him out just moving some moss around.
Yeah, he's better off.
I really hope there's some Nazi zombies under that water.
I think we've got one right here on screen.
Oh, hi. It's a yawn in a pan.
Your whole life you have hated having those jowls, but look, they help you now.
They keep you afloat.
How's my hair, though? Is it still
Yes.
tousled? Like I don't care?
Nose itch. Nose itch. Oh, my God.
He looks like MODOK. His chin
His
even is the
eyebrows are
little ass
insane.
from the MODOK shot.
Don't be a dick.
He doesn't have one.
But actually, I mean, that's a practical, like, stage magic effect where the way they've got the table set up. And
They're doing Pepper's Ghost or something.
It's a mirror, right?
yeah,
It's Pepper's Ghost. I hate aquariums.
It's a terrible painting of me. Looks nothing like me.
Be calm, Professor. Too much emotion can be extremely dangerous now.
Hmm.
Do you hear
fuck
me?
you. You be calm.
Yeah.
I'm ahead.
Well, it's not like he can run around throwing a tantrum.
The man whose heart we plan to use died before
Also,
operation.
anybody with eyebrows like that is obviously evil.
I attempted to take the heart of the dead man and to
You
grant
have an
him his
eyebrow
reward,
obsession, Jay.
but your body
He,
didn't
he keeps showing me these giant fucking eyebrows.
Only
That,
one last chance
did you see the side shot?
was to perform the dog operation on your head.
Coming at you in all 3Ds.
And I succeeded. I have beaten death. You will live. What kind of a monster are you, Wood?
Have you seen yourself?
To show in the circuses. Look,
I just want to shout out Iceman in the chat. He pre-watched this movie to join us, and he watched it in German. So,
Oh, wow.
pretty amazing. Thank you for showing up, Iceman.
Well, anytime we're missing out on some context, Iceman, just let us know.
So we can just roll it right to the beginning and start over again.
Yeah, let's back to the
Iceman
slides.
was Iceman, the one who pointed out the German surgical experimentation earlier.
Yeah.
Well,
Oh,
he is
yeah.
a doctor.
All right.
kill me. No, no, Professor, you will live. You're
I
a
think
great
Dan the
man,
Ham is
right?
talking about
Your
me.
brain made you break. The rest doesn't count. I've kept your brain alive. You will live.
And you will love again. We will find a lady head.
Your brain for mankind, Professor. You're
In
not
2 years in America.
cannot make me do it. I refuse.
And then in the early 80s, Steve Martin.
Who gave permission to
It's a lot of pressure to be like just the only other like headless person. Like, I
No,
hope you're willing.
he's-
I
He
hope
has
you're
a
willing
head.
to convert
He's a bodiless person.
body. Well, headless. All right,
kill me?
Well,
you
that's
got me.
I don't
that's
want
the,
to go on living now.
philosophical question: is am I headless or am I bodiless?
So you will live.
Yeah.
He's clearly bodiless.
Yes, perhaps you're right.
There's a portly person in the other room who is headless.
I think the portly person's taking a swim.
I think the
Put me back
portly
in
person might be buried under that pile of leaves.
Yeah. No, that was the other guy that he had the struggle
Yeah.
snuggle with.
Okay.
He took one look at that guy's corpse and was like, I'm not moving that many leaves.
Yeah.
Now I have some good
That
news and some
shovel
bad
was
news.
really heavy.
I have good news and bad news. I have solved your ingrowing toenail problem.
However,
What's a catch?
You're going to save a tremendous amount of money on wardrobe.
Yeah.
You might want to invest in some earrings, though.
You've always said you hated that chiropractor. Ooh, that's cool.
bruh.
Mongo merely pawn in game of life. No, that's Mongo.
Yes? No, Dr. Burke's not here. Hello? Who's speaking, please? No, Miss Sanders, we've had no news of him yet. Why are you worried?
He's never done this before. Yes? Have the police been notified?
Yes, of course. I've already called the police myself. The hospital, Santa Maria Street, yes. Very well.
Ye old Santa Maria Street, Frankfurt.
Police station? I wish to report a missing person.
These jello shots aren't gelling at all.
Dr. Ood. Dr. Walter Burke.
Walter Disney.
Carl
I
Street.
say.
1. Around
John
4th,
Smallberries.
6 feet, build slender. Particular signs?
Will never not be funny.
Any distinctive features? Well,
Distinguishing marks.
John Big Booty. Big Booty.
Big bootay.
Big
Tay,
bootay,
tay, tay.
big bootay. Doesn't he eventually kill someone in that movie when they would get his name wrong?
No, it's
Oh no. Okay.
it's the guy, the officer that comes to inspect, and he's like, "This place is a mess. It's not my damn planet, monkey boy."
I'll be there in a half hour.
And then the alarm goes off. Monkey boys have breached the perimeter.
he never looks at the phone when he puts the receiver down. He never does it. He's just really dismissive about that telephone.
Well, he told somebody to fuck off before he even knew who it was.
Hello?
Hello, fuck off. By the way, who are you?
Don't care. Fuck off.
Not a very pretty sight, huh? Looks like you might have got caught in a propeller. Huh, you're a doctor, you must be used to this sort of thing.
These sets are as flat and uninteresting as Star Wars, Disney Star Wars spaceships.
Brie Larson.
They,
Do you recognize this? That's the only way.
Will you marry me?
Apparently, it's less ridiculous in German, which I find hard to believe.
he looks even more like Morrissey in this scene. This is like straight out of
Yeah.
Every Day is Like Sunday.
I'm
The
gonna go
orc shows up. I'm out.
You know,
He's like, well, I'm off to go cancel my next show.
Let's see. I can use the
What,
respirator as a synth.
What you thinking about?
I have allowed you to sleep.
Thinking about when I had a body.
I see you're still here.
Does it bother you if I stare at you like this?
What are you gonna do about it?
I'm not touching you. I'm not touching you.
Your mustache is getting a little saggy there, buddy.
Looks like that IV is full of Hefeweizen.
I can't
It
wait
is
till it's
Germany.
done brewing. It'll be great.
That's what those tubes do. They bring in.
It's a straight injection of hefeweizen, yeah.
That
So he's
lighting
removed
so
the man's
creepy.
body, but he has given him a second nose.
You know, when I left that room, I
evil.
locked it, but why?
Let me introduce myself, Dr. Ood, the new assistant to the professor. You've come because of your cousin. I'm very sorry, but we still had no word from him.
Were you here
My
when
cousin
he
didn't make me come at all.
During some recent
That's why I'm here to see you, Doctor. You're a gynecologist, right? I think something may be wrong down there.
I'm not a gynecologist, but I'll give it a look.
Exactly.
Couldn't hurt.
Purely as a hobby.
Oh, God. He must have lost his nerve and simply decided to leave.
It's possible. Yes, he's been talking
He
a
just
lot about
dissed him to her face, like, oh, the reason why he's not here is probably just a chicken shit, you know.
Yeah.
Now leave me alone. Stop doing that. Go away.
Irene.
And stop calling me, or I'll tell you to fuck off again.
Yeah.
Dr. Burke told me about the problem you have, and Professor Abel shares my opinion. I perform such operations often and with success. I will operate.
Oh, he's buying her silence.
No.
Don't be afraid of me, Irene. Irene, you want an operation, don't you? Just think a minute how wonderful.
But like an exam, at least.
That lovely face of yours.
That is terrible bedside manner.
She doesn't think so.
As soon as your doctor cups your face in this hand, you know that it's not going well. I don't know why my tender touch did not compel her.
I offered her an operation.
Meanwhile,
Unspecified, but an operation still.
I told her I've done many operations.
I've done operations. I know that.
I've done them. I've done them.
Yeah, I'll bet.
Amelia Bedelia, that's probably what we should have named the channel.
What do you need?
Suppose you think you're getting man from it. Another whiskey.
Don't give it to her.
Another whiskey, and never mind what he says. A whiskey, or I'm gonna wreck this joint.
Lily, stop it. You're drunk.
The guy looks like dime store Kirk Douglas.
I never get Look at this. I can
That's
see
what I said when we first watched it.
Isn't that true?
He's got like a Kirk Douglas vibe going on, huh?
Yeah.
Don't mention it.
And he's got a whale of a tail indeed.
Looks like you have the same problem with chairs that I do.
I don't know how to use them.
Riker
Same
said,
Polynesian chairs.
Oh, he's a mover. He is a mover.
Yeah.
You hold me like I was dead.
I'll save you a seat,
Oh.
Amelia.
Yeah.
Is that better?
That's better.
pull
I
up a
learned this
coffin and
from-
relax.
I learned this from Ray Milland.
Professional dancer, would you?
Yes, I do know.
How?
Because I know you, Stella. Nothing is impossible.
Dr. Bragg.
No, please, Dr. Ood. Just as you are now, Lily.
But I've never recognized you. You're so changed. The gray hair.
Yes, my illness caused it. Blonde hair suits you very well. I recognized you right away.
I suppose you'll turn me in now.
Lily, you poisoned your husband. And as a result of an experiment, I have a man's life on my conscience. That makes us even, I think.
You mean you're still doing those awful experiments?
This is an exciting speed dating round right here. Boy.
And you're a
There's cheap Jimmy Stewart in the background if you look closely. Oh, he seems to be sliding out of shot.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
one martini for Miss
The
Lily.
Jimmy Stewart I got on Wish.
Along with the Kirk Douglas there.
Hmm.
I must go now, Lily.
Yeah, that is Kurt Douglas. I mean, he was just in this bar when they started making this, the film. He was not cast at all.
Concentrate hard now.
It feels like time doesn't move at that bar. Every time we cut to it, the same shit is happening.
I'm not sure time has moved in this movie.
Guess what I did today? I had sex. Ha ha ha.
And a brilliant idea has occurred.
With my body.
How do you I will give her a perfectly formed body, a new body.
Dispatch War Rocket Ajax to bring back his body.
Boom!
I will perform the operation which you had planned.
You're right.
I want to operate on Irene tomorrow. But unfortunately, she refuses to allow me to touch her. I need your help. You must speak to her. No, I don't want to.
Oh, this is like Cyrano de Bergerac, but with a head.
I mean, he's got the nose.
It'll be so easy. It'll be a lot easier on him. Solves a lot of the problems that original play had. He could just be in a suitcase right next to him.
Yeah.
Doesn't have to hide at all. It'll be a backpack.
Why does that respirator look like Felix the cat?
You could just wear a stovepipe hat. What is it? The Abe Lincoln.
Yeah. You're much taller than I expected.
Your cousin has written to us.
May I please see the letter?
I've given it to Professor.
Boy, Gilligan is a good henchman.
It was mailed from somewhere in Austria.
You need anything else, Skipper?
He didn't give his exact address, but we now know that he
No thanks, little buddy.
expects to return within a few weeks.
Did he say anything about me?
Yes. He asked Professor Abel to operate as quickly as possible.
But I don't understand. He was against the operation the last time we spoke.
Certainly. But I'm sure
just pause for a second. Dan the Ham brings up a good question. How many holes does the professor have now?
I'm saying 6, including the stumpy bit.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking.
You can use him as a bowling ball, that's for sure.
Yeah.
Well, if there's a lot of guys, I mean, you're going to keep running into each other, This will be sword fighting.
You.
Just tickle those tonsils.
Oh, I made it gross. Oh, okay.
I thought we were keeping this decent.
Good evening, Professor.
This has always been a family show.
The professor's actually in that box. There's no electronics.
It's an air purifier you're talking into.
With a Norelco razor.
Yeah.
Professor Abel drew up a precise
Hello, computer.
Computer.
But I must tell my landlady and let the hospital know. And
You can leave all that to me first. Go and rest a while now. Best fix your room. We'll perform the operation.
Tomorrow we'll fix your breasts and put them on the front.
Oh! I'm actually okay with that now that I think about it.
Yeah, me too. You see, now you've just created an image.
I feel like you fixed something there. Hello.
That's how I greet all my guests.
maybe the boss would like one.
I did not know Dick Miller was in this.
Oh, that's always the way. It's an ill wind that blows
That's who he looks like.
Yeah.
Those are real life gremlins in my cab. Ah!
I can't think of his name, but he looks like the dollar store James Dean guy, the blonde American that's in a lot of the cheaper Toho movies.
this town and these men out there. I
Nick
hate this earthly life.
Nick
I'm
Adams.
sick of this place.
Looks like Nick Adams.
Who's there?
That's right, Fooge.
Candygram.
Lantern.
Definitely more of a land porpoise.
Are you finished with me?
Why?
Because I'm tired of this.
You're also tired of me, perhaps.
Yes, that's right.
You mean I should
There's a
believe
lot of that like
This is my dressing
spotted
room.
lighting, like real tight lighting like on the head, like They
Oh my
have
God! Now, right now, her face looks like the girl from the Steven Seagal movie where they're on the battleship.
Oh,
Tommy
Ellen.
Lee
Oh
Jones.
yeah.
Under
Pops
siege?
out of the
Yeah.
cake. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. I met
She's
her
a
once.
cutie.
She was a
From the
lovely
neck down,
lady.
not so much, but
Leave me alone. Why did you come back?
Well, I have some good news for you then.
Why afraid, Stella? Don't you still have me to thank for the operation which changed your face and saved your life? Have you forgotten? You've no reason.
Wow, you've really been riding that favor.
No, it's just
how bad was her face that it saved her life?
Yeah.
Forget all that. Come on, you have
Your life as a dancer, which we've established you hate.
And you're pretty shit at.
Yeah.
Don't move for a moment.
I mean,
Symbolism.
Oh, wait, I'm getting an idea.
Wait.
Oh, wait a minute.
Oh,
Don't move.
light bulb moment.
Oh, the professor's going to love that.
Butterface.
It's a literal butterface. Like half of his face is, saturated fat.
Exactly.
Well, the hair doctor in the pan, yeah, he looks like melted margarine. Caterpillars on it.
God, you got a mobile and everything.
This is all yours?
It was all left.
It's part of our
It's
security
hanging-
system.
Material things don't
It's hanging over the couch as if it's like a giant crib, like, why should babies have all the fun?
Give it a minute.
Well, I mean, that could be
Give
a
it a
troublesome thing.
Oh,
We're going there.
Yeah.
Now, why don't you get me a drink?
Well,
Now she's the
She-
thick drunk.
she's flying all right.
Yeah. She's high.
Up, and away. I
It's
don't
true,
know how
Amelia.
to- I
It's
don't
always
know how
worked
to
for me
do
when
any
I
of
wore them.
this.
Not quite.
Nobody else here but you?
Facts.
I mean, I don't think it's going to work for the professor.
On him or for him?
On
What's
him.
the glass?
Or for him.
Drink it and find
I'd
out.
take a look.
I mean, all he can do is window shop now.
Poisoned, I
I
hope.
call it the Cosby.
That's not my
Get it down.
specialty, is it?
Exactly. Does it
Drink
smell
and
like
find
chloroform
out.
to you?
Yeah. Chased on my line.
It's good.
Now you can go to sleep.
Yeah, but I
For a long, long time.
Yes.
permanently.
Oh,
Yeah, it's a,
I'm Rick James, bitch.
Charlie
Fuck
my
y'all.
face.
Fuck your mobile.
I'm trying to hunchback in here. Could you keep it down?
And Black Lives are back. But I haven't stalked Brown in weeks. That's stop disparaging me.
I heard there was a party.
A patient. She's a dancer. I gave her
She's-
something to make her sleep. It won't take very long.
Where
It's a
did you,
game I play.
where did you get that gown and that wig and those shoes?
Ugh.
I like how he just immediately tells her he roofied her.
Would you like a drink?
Who's that? That's just someone I brought home who I
Yeah.
drugged. Yeah.
Yes.
That's
just
a better story than what's really happening.
I mean, it is
Goes
actually.
to
It's,
support my theory that there are some girls who don't mind it.
yeah.
She's a dancer. She has a fabulous body, doesn't she? Will you sleep, please?
Well, I mean, in context.
Oh, yeah. I mean, we haven't seen this one naked. This woman does have breasts on her back. That's a.
Don't be afraid, Irene.
Not
that's
for
worth-
long.
That's worth a couple of points at least.
Exactly.
Now, people usually vomit the first time they try this. But you are going to feel very, very good. And this one's free, by the way.
Yes.
First one is always free.
I'll just hook you up to the shop vac here, and oh shit! Well, I guess that is why I'm not actually a doctor,
I want you to follow this operation, Abel.
because I can't.
Scalpel. No. Scalpel.
Wait. Why are there 3 people in the operating table in the operating room, not including the head?
And what happened to the robot that handed him the instruments? Where did that
What the
go?
fuck was that?
Oh, Iceman too.
That was quite the transition.
Yeah. Every operating room needs a fog machine. And some Black Sabbath.
Think of it as a challenge.
Later on, it's going to become a Spirit Halloween store.
But right now it's a TGI Fridays.
You're just going to feel a little prick, something the doctor unfortunately can't do anymore.
Oh, he'll feel it all right.
It's our next transplant. So just be patient.
Yeah. Well, I think of the robot from Forbidden Planet with this soundtrack.
Yeah, that's fair.
I think of Robbie the Robot pretty much at least once a day.
Yeah.
We were only together that one
TMI.
summer, but it was special.
Yeah.
It was. We'll always have Paris, Robbie. I rarely use it myself, sir. It promotes rust. I mean, she's a nun. Is she doing this so the Lord will like her better?
Well, she is the bride of Christ.
Oh.
God
One-
loved this picture a long time ago.
She's one of the brides of Christ.
Professor
Lord has needs.
How do you feel?
Well,
Kind of goth.
I have a strange kind of feeling.
Well, stop standing on your tiptoes.
I like the macrame bandage.
As if my body didn't want to do
When
it.
your neck stretches out a little more, we'll add a ring.
Exactly.
Why must I wear this necklace?
He's gonna stretch it out for her.
Oh, no.
Wrong direction. Wrong direction.
Here, sit down.
He is a real shoulder grabber, though. You know, you ever met anyone like that? It's just
He's very
Joe
touchy.
Biden.
He's very touchy. Yeah.
disconcerting. Disconcerting.
It's a little
lot of
Biden, it's a
sniffing.
little Bob Barker.
Yeah.
That's what everyone needs after a serious surgery.
A cigarette.
Yeah.
I reconnected an esophagus. Put some smoke in it.
Nope. No leaks. We're all good.
I've never smoked.
This woman would go on to be the counter lady from Beetlejuice.
Yeah.
This can't be true. Look at my hands. They're not like they were.
Thanks, Jim Lemma.
There, the nail here. It was ripped off as a child. Now it's back there again.
Irene,
I feel like you would notice more differences than just the fingernail.
your glands were regenerated.
Follow the mole. Follow the mole.
117 days you were kept in a state of hibernation. And while you were asleep, I changed numerous organs and successfully operated on your figure.
The first breast implant. Success.
They're so small now. My shoes will be too big for me.
Wait, I have tits on the front and the back? What?
That's your
What is
concern? Your
happening?
shoes?
She's a woman.
And a
Oh.
half.
Give me my
It's like
shoes
3
back.
closets worth of stuff she's going to have to replace.
But I can't stay like this.
Why can't you?
You take Morrissey, I'll take the one in the toy bin.
The operation's over now. I've left no marks on your lovely body.
Except my fingerprints.
Yeah. But I am now. I'm
Yeah.
marking it now.
Yeah.
I also don't know how to kiss.
No.
You're hiding from people.
Usually I just pee on things to mark my territory.
Yep. You've been in
But
a
I
coma.
managed to screw that up too, though. I have terrible aim.
I mean, I am German.
Can't run away from
You've been in a
yourself.
coma for 120 days. Cigarette and French kissing.
Yeah.
Her breath
was
must
a-
smell terrific.
No,
was
he
a-
used the Hoover vacuum cleaner. It cleaned it all out. It was fine. Yep.
It
And
was,
rinse.
it was definitely as convincing as any kiss Morrissey has actually given a lady, I think.
Yeah.
It is Morrissey.
It is. He's a very charming man.
Irene, open up.
Come on, Eileen.
Oh, you already did that.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry. Sorry.
Hang the MD, hang the MD.
Well, maybe I
Any
can
shoes?
Maybe
Maybe
I could-
shoes in here? Oh, maybe not shoes. We have a bunch of suitcases. Are these leftovers from the war? Oh, look. Other people's
of-
clothes.
Spare
Instead of
heads.
vicar in a tutu,
Spare
it's
heads.
none
spare
in it.
heads.
Tonic, tunic, whatever.
Can I get a bra? God.
Always a good sign when you go home with the guy and he's got suitcases of other people's clothes.
Yes. But doctor, I'm not Jewish.
Like that she's
Whoa! Yes, she did get implants. Salute.
snapping her neck around like the Bride of Frankenstein after a head replacement.
Yeah.
Oh, after 117 days, it's all healed up. It's fine.
I think the cigarette proved that.
Yeah.
She can't be driving around in a convertible or riding roller coasters, but everything else is fine.
Elevator's a little uncomfortable.
Come in, dear. Come in, dear. Wherever have you been? Why didn't you drop me a card at least? They called many, many times from the hospital to ask.
The German Mrs. Roper is going to
No.
take care of that.
And she's so terribly observant.
And we'll be gone for 3 months.
Oh, man. I'm going
My
to
dear,
start.
why are you an entire head taller than me when I was taller than you before?
What did they do? Why, Irene, what happened?
My God, they did. They moved your hump to the front.
Well, you're beautiful now.
Oh, you're beautiful now.
You're acceptable now.
I used to have to hold back my vomit every time you came in, but now,
Beautiful used to be a polite way of saying your boobs are huge.
yes. Isn't that what it means?
In Germany.
Oh. I had no idea it was German.
Yeah. Here comes a big reveal. I just know it. Wow.
They even styled her hair.
VO5.
Alberto.
Good for over 100 days.
117, I believe.
I really do like the lighting in this movie. There's a lot of interesting, like, little specials and hair lights and
I do too. I think that's great. It's like
yeah.
that's the one thing they actually didn't waste in this film. The blocking is terrible. The acting's a little suspicious, but the lighting is great.
Yeah, the sets are great and the lighting is great.
Yeah.
Like there's a lot of like close up lights and little specials.
Those boobs are pretty good.
No, those are good. Yeah.
Yeah.
They're
Those are
not
pretty good.
shying away with like how excited she is about these boobs.
Best supporting faucet.
Yeah.
Oh.
Exactly.
Best
Hang
supporting.
on 30 seconds.
The Playtex 117-day bra. Oh, it already has, Iceman. It already has.
Well, if I have permission, okay.
Exactly.
Nobody
Hey, nothing-
asked if you notice I mute my microphone.
Nothing like a new set of tools. Am I right, guys?
And we're done.
I mean, it was good, but still lonely.
Free them! Free the puppies!
Let my puppies go.
I'm so hot. Oh,
This is where we needed the stock footage, like
Oh, I can't
waterfalls
believe
and
it.
things like that.
Yeah.
Trains going
Trains
in the
going in
tunnel,
the
Yeah.
tunnels.
Chimneys going back up.
fireworks.
Oil
derricks.
wells.
Yeah, oil derricks.
Volcanoes. Oh, look, I love myself so much, I bought myself a purse.
I have a cord.
What's this? I cordially invite you to enjoy yourself.
Yes. Your chesticles and you.
And we're back.
And we're back.
Feeling dysfunctional? Come to the Tab Tab.
Bring the wife. What's the worst that could happen?
This is an interpretive dance of what last night was like for me. Oh, for a second, I thought she was going to pick up the flower. I was like, wow. Tam Tam on the weekends. Ooh.
I mean, I'd be throwing dollar bills.
It's the Tam Tam Club. It's not TJ. You're in the donkey inside.
Reminds me of the time I was in Saigon back in '68.
You don't mind if I just stare at you while you drink, do you?
I can definitely start to see where this was a hit in 1959.
Yeah.
Oh, there go the boobs.
Excuse me. For half a second, I thought you were someone I knew, but... Is this your first time here?
Yes. Actually, I'm looking for someone, a dancer whom I was told appears here.
Which one is it? There are several.
Lily.
You're too late for Lily. She's been dead for 3 months.
What? What happened to her?
We don't know. She was found on the railroad tracks. Her corpse was mangled. Did you know Lily?
And she looked just
I met her once a long time ago.
It's amazing. How much you resemble Lily. You're the image of the girl.
I mean, except for the breasts and
Same
the ass
figure,
and the legs,
Same dress.
face. But other than that, spitting image.
How well did you know her?
She was my model for a
And with
while.
Jamalamo, I find that the last 10 minutes of this film have really, really raised up a
Yes,
little bit for me.
the quality. Mwah, yes. Chef's kiss on this one.
Wonderful.
She wasn't as lovely as you are.
Whiskey, please. You better make that a coffee.
See, now in a purely American movie, you would have gotten like a good tease in the first 5-10 minutes, and you would have never gotten anything else.
Yep.
But the Germans, they can pace the smut out.
Why, you dance beautifully. You must be a born dancer. It is curious. I wonder where it was we could have met. I've never seen your face before.
Yes, I'm very light on her
Close
feet.
my eyes. I'm sure we met.
You mean Lily?
Yes.
Do you have a picture of her?
A few sketches and a bust I did. Why not come up to my place?
Don't say mold.
I'm sorry, did he just say a bust that he did and then looked at her tits?
All right.
Give her a twirl.
You two look familiar.
Exactly.
Hello, boys. I missed you.
Come in.
Oh, thank God you brought your friends.
I was afraid you wouldn't come.
I promised.
Hello, guys.
I mean,
She
I have
was
no
afraid she
idea why
wouldn't
you
come.
did. Yeah.
All of these are your work? Is that Lily?
Yeah.
Is that the bidet? Yes.
And who is that?
It'll be you. I want you to model for me. I just want you to loosen your blouse and hold silhouette. I want you to...
We've all used that one.
Exactly.
It doesn't work.
All right.
Sit down over on the stool.
Oh, there goes the neighborhood.
Morning, Andrew.
You missed the boobs, Andrew.
Yeah, you've missed the good parts of this movie.
Both of them.
Both of them, yeah.
That's curious.
What?
That beauty mark.
What beauty mark?
Don't say mold. Don't say mold. Don't say mold.
Yeah, those are both.
On Lily's shoulder.
Mole.
I need a new mold. Model.
Coal. I'm out of coal.
I'm out
Sorry.
of coal.
Irene.
Mole.
Bole.
The night of my operation, there was a girl in here. What have you done with her?
What haven't I done with her?
Yeah.
At this
Well,
stage?
What have you done with her?
I definitely threw leaves on the parts I didn't use.
A few hours
It was easy.
Train. Big
There wasn't
train.
much.
Like a dog bearing a poop.
And I'm sure she was murdered.
Are you accusing me of having murdered her?
Yes, I'm sure you killed her. I'm wearing her dress. I found it downstairs. And this is her handbag.
And this is her IUD.
What was
And
it?
these
These are her legs.
boobs.
And her boobs. Well, no, they're not. Those are different.
Skin on my body.
No. She went away to live on a farm in Kentucky.
Yeah.
Yeah, she's upstate.
But if you think you must have the truth in
She
it,
loved
She's with my
trains.
girlfriend in Canada. That's the ticket.
I gave you not only the skin of
She was a
another
funny girl.
person,
She liked to chase trains.
I gave you her entire body.
No, that's impossible.
Impossible, come with me.
Don't touch me.
You'll learn that everything is possible.
Ew.
I'm not touching you. I'm touching her.
Chicks dig it.
Yes, he did what he said he would. Fantastic. It's amazing. A miracle you're alive.
Oh, I thought he was talking about the breasts again.
No, please, Irene, don't look at me like this.
I'll get an erection.
Only success.
She just walks up to his aquarium, sticks her tits on there. Oh, Billy!
You have a normal life now.
So his body doesn't
I
belong.
don't even know why that's funny.
Yes, it does.
But I don't want
Well,
to.
it's no Turkish prison, but it'll
You
have to
will
do.
live. You see, Abel, she's still ruled by her head. I'm wondering, though, if that lovely body will end up by demanding entirely too much of her spirit.
Don't listen to Wood. Irene, go run away. And don't.
But first, show me your boobs.
One motorboat before you go.
Let's be fair. Black Lives, let's be fair. He hasn't been able to get hard for decades. Look at this man.
I bet his earlobes tingle though.
It's not a recent problem.
My
He's
mustache
hard.
is
He's
twitching.
just, the part of him that's hard is like down in the swamp somewhere.
Yeah.
But it's definitely excited.
Getting harder by the day.
Yeah.
I also enjoy rubbing up
What's
against
this?
moist leaves.
Let's
I want a
move
German-
some leaves. Let's move some leaves out of the way and see what's under them.
Oh, Shazam!
what?
Surprise, surprise, surprise.
Well, he
I've
won't be
never
needing this anymore.
Still ticking.
It's a Timex. Takes a licking and keeps on
It takes
ticking.
a licking and keeps on ticking.
I want them to put a German sign under the professor's head that says "Free mustache rides."
You're all horrible people. Thank you for coming.
Exactly. Not yet, but give me another 5 minutes.
Try the wet leaves. Works for me.
You are my creation.
Have you
Hey,
ever
Victor.
noticed how nice the belt is in the back of all my coats? I'm just so proud of that. I've taken time and attention to get the highest quality coat.
Cinched, I believe is the word. Animal house.
Just imagine the professor's head on that caboose. Mm.
Hagar.
I look pretty, so pretty.
What is happening?
Oh, that's
Oh.
oh boy.
Didn't even need shoe mirrors.
This is
gonna
the
keep an
whole
eye on
reason
you.
why I offered to help you.
Is it nice beaver? Thanks. I just had it stuffed.
Wouldn't want you to look under your slip.
I'm not wearing underwear.
Don't slip up there. I mean, don't panty. I mean, don't. Oh.
Oh, it must be electric.
I didn't know James Dean was at this party. Okay.
Well, I mean, that doctor is tearing everybody apart.
Who's there?
Open up. Please, lock it, please. He's downstairs.
Please lock it. I don't know how to work locks.
I dreamed I had a head transplant in my maiden form bra.
Take it easy, Irene. Come on. Here, drink this.
It'll soothe
You don't
your
have to
stroke.
cry, woman. You have tits.
This will do you good.
No back boobs, no cry.
Or at least I hope so. It's been sitting by my bedside for like weeks.
Exactly.
It's like a 3-year-old bottle of open Harvey's Bristol cream.
No one else.
Just shake it. It's fine.
The Boone's Farm is nice if you let it breathe.
Paul, you must help me. I've no one else to
Lock balls, but unlock bra.
I'm going out.
That's a bust of Donald Trump in the background there.
I'm busy looking at another bust right now.
Wow, good eye.
Is this some kind of a bust? It's very impressive. Yeah.
Yes, yes.
Enough about that.
But that's not important right now.
We have the best head. Great head.
As the hospital where I worked, or the old woman I'm living with now, it's true. You must believe me.
I believe you, Irene.
I was operated on, and that was 3 months ago. When the operation was over, I was afraid, and I hid in the cellar.
Hid from who?
From Dr. Rood. He did my operation.
Dr. Ruth?
And when I was hiding, I found this dress.
She was German, wasn't she?
Lily's
Yeah.
Ish.
Yeah, sort of, yeah.
That's why she was in the mirror touching herself. It's what Dr. Ruth told her to do.
When we talk about normal, you have to understand.
Unheard of.
But Irene, it's impossible. It can't be. You're imagining it.
Yes, it's true. And it was my own body that they found on the railroad tracks. It must seem completely unbelievable to you, but everything I've told you is the truth. Today I went to see Loon and accused him to his face of having killed poor Lily, and he didn't even deny it. Then he forced me to go and look at it.
Yeah, there's gonna be a little force joke. Don't worry about that.
It was still alive. I saw it myself, and it was speaking to me.
Irene,
Paul, did you hear him? Don't let him in, please.
who's there? I wish to see Irene, please. Oh, where? I'll call the police.
I'll
Did
have
you
you
take
know
a
I
number?
know. I'll have you know I know how to lock a door.
Morrissey's like a vampire. He needs to be invited in before he can come into your house.
Do you have any of my albums?
I'm a very handsome devil, you know.
Irene is now servicing number 67, 68, and 69.
Oh, I don't know. To say I loved her is maybe going too far. It could have been I loved her as an artist man, as a beautiful form.
Which is my
Heave.
fault, the past of Lily's body or that of my head, Paul? Oh, I'm afraid.
Don't worry. I'll help you recover your memories.
Thanks for the memory.
Memories.
Memory
You've no need to feel ashamed.
on the tip of my tongue.
You're so good.
On the tip of something.
From the corners
Boozy
of my
covered
lap.
memories.
Your mouth.
There's a bit of William Shatner lightning there, wasn't there?
Exactly. You
Little
seem to be
romantic.
overheating.
I can hear the ocean.
I can hear the dairy.
Moo. Spirit.
You had better not. Those are my sweater puppies.
Are you listening to my greatest hits album?
Do you like the Moog?
Stop saying my solo stuff isn't as good.
He's just looking for animal products.
Yes, yes, yes.
Look
Everybody
around.
loves the Schmitz, but not me alone. Burning bras. That'll show you.
Cheech and Chong are here. Hey guys.
Dave's not here, man. Oh, suddenly she masters the lock.
Dun, 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 dun.
Now he looks like he's in one of those hair dryers from the 50s in the beauty shop.
Someone's got to take care of that do.
Exactly. Doctor, I've permed it just as you asked.
Amelia, I think this stands at a 96% on Rotten Tomatoes and has been that way since 1961.
Where's Ood? Gone out. But tear out the wires. Let me die. He killed Burke and then he buried him out in the park.
I was kind of hoping these two would team up together and go on some adventures.
I'm not even really sure who this guy is. It's like the Jimmy Olsen of the Mad Scientist Lab.
I was
He's
just hoping they'd kiss.
He's just snuck into this movie occasionally. It just pops in like, "What are you guys doing? Holy cow! I better leave."
He's the Igor that stands upright.
I'm not paying full admission, that's for sure.
Who is that man anyway?
We were all just trying to figure that out.
You've told him
Looks like shame. Or her head broke off.
Oh, he's doing the whole "this shirt's getting a little too tight" routine.
Exactly. Oh my goodness.
Oh boy.
How soon is now? Right now.
There's a lab where you'd like to go.
You there? What day is it?
Yes, I'm sick, yes. I'm sick. And you're the only one who knows it, but I don't care. You belong to me alone.
Yeah, this is weird. So
These really do sound like Morrissey lyrics now.
You're the one for me, Fatty.
this guy just goes off the rails. Like, I mean, he's not that he wasn't before, but
Yeah.
All right,
somehow-
Ordeal. Let's just calm down.
finally getting what he wanted, which was this fucking creepy, weird Brian Boland looking catastrophe, is like,
The price of my genius was madness.
made him snap.
My whole being became sick.
Well, he's been hanging out with this guy for like what, 6 months at this point? Yeah, he is bored.
He has done
Why
everything
don't we
that you
ever
can
go
do to a
out?
head.
I
guess
thought
I'll
of
play
it all. Trust
Sudoku
me.
again.
Experiment 573. Unsuccessful.
I stood beside the
I mean,
operating
keeping a severed head alive sounds like fun, but really, when you get down to the nuts and bolts of it,
Yeah, it's like having a hermit crab for a pet.
yeah,
He throws the Kama Sutra out the window like, "This is not helping at all."
without stopping for a rest.
There's only so many things you can shove into a head, isn't there? I mean, there's only a limited amount of orifices.
And really only so many axes of rotation that you can get.
I'd imagine so.
A couple of months in and you're done, really. You really are.
No, of course I hooked him up to the electric motor and spun him. That was the third thing I tried.
Yes, I warmed him up in the microwave. I put him in the fridge. It was look. Once you've done it a few hundred times,
Since the dawn of time, man has sought to learn what all he can shove in a severed head.
American Head Part 4.
American head. Now is your uncle's head.
Would you like a cigarette? Thank God he opened her blouse so she could breathe better.
Science.
She's like, no, not on the first date.
And this guy's still here.
Still don't really know who this guy is.
He's like, "So about that jump I was asking for,
No, this
I
is
mean,
the designated. He's the designated cock blocker.
Do you recall one night about
Buzzkill the intern.
Yeah.
so do you want a milkshake or not?"
Chocolate malt?
one night when she left with a man with bushy eyebrows and steady eyes?
Give me a milk. Chocolate.
You bought the following martini.
No ice.
Do you remember seeing him again?
Straight up.
Oh, I don't think so. Hey, wait.
I used to do that with your Barbies too, Amelia.
We all did
Ew.
it with our Barbies.
Ew.
No, I did it with hers.
A martini.
Oh.
Mm.
Say, does Miss Lily still appear here?
Miss Lily? Haven't you heard the news? She was found dead more than 3 months ago. She was run over by a train.
How awful. No, I'm afraid I hadn't heard. I was away.
Good evening, Doctor.
Good evening. Too bad about your friend Lily. May I buy you something?
Oh, whiskey. So you were away, huh? Just when did you come back, Doctor?
Double Viagra for the
I've
gentleman.
just gotten back.
Inside of roofies.
Did he just pre-roofie that? What? The?
Whoop. There it is.
Oh, I'm sorry. This is your glass.
Okay, I'll drink it anyways.
It was the 50s. It was a much more
It
trusting
wasn't.
time.
Isn't weird at all.
Who is Irene? Stop kidding. You know who I mean. And there's
Yeah,
Irene
Angostura
Sanders.
used to come in pill form. It's
I
just
know what you mean. You kidnapped her
flavor
right from
enhanced.
my studio. Spill it, mister. I said, tell me what you've done with her. I'm sorry. Would you mind telling me exactly what that
Well,
is?
you see that poster behind me?
That's pretty accurate.
We did a lot of that.
That's how he got this whole idea in the first place, hanging out at the Tam Tam.
These are the
His initial
shittiest
plans-
bouncers ever.
Hello, back
remember
to
the guy's
tank.
Yeah.
Can you hear me back to tank? Go fuck yourself.
Wiggle your big toe. Wiggle your big toe.
That is mean, dude. Cold-blooded. Oh, a pile of leaves.
I don't remember putting a cross here.
Yeah, that's
If you're gonna hide a body, that's the way
Kind
to
of-
do it.
kind of blowing up my spot here.
Yeah, drink this. It's just water.
That's what the last guy said.
Exactly.
All right then, Mr.
A bit hungover, and boy, does my butt hurt.
I believe I know you. Haven't we met before?
Yes, we met once. It was about the death of a stripteaser called Lily.
Dan, don't you think he tried that earlier?
Found out who it was who murdered her.
Well, you don't say. And just who was the murderer, please?
Dr. Ood.
Dr. Ood. Place is full of doctors.
Doctor Who.
Real butchers, you better accept.
Who's on
Ford
first?
Time Lord.
Do you know what he did?
Oh, what?
He decapitated Professor Abel.
And he broke up the camera.
Decapitated?
A Professor Abel.
Somebody had already cut it off.
What?
The guy's head. We have the body here in the morgue.
What? Now I'm completely confused.
So am I. Anyway, who is this Dr. Ood?
A monster, completely insane. He murdered Lily. And last night he kidnapped Miss Sanders from my studio. He set it afire.
She's an alleged sex therapist, and she does all the talk show rounds.
That's Judge Lerner, sir.
Is it true your father is Judge Lerner?
Yes.
Why the devil didn't you say so sooner?
Hello, police. Oh, wait, that's me.
I meant the real police.
I will destroy everything. I shall leave no clues behind. We leave early tomorrow morning.
She can't get up because of the weight of her chest.
That's weird. It's what got me up.
Yeah, well.
He's like a more sinister Christoph Waltz, isn't he?
Yeah, Christoph Waltz vibes. Oh, this is great.
Oh, God.
That was fantastic.
Gonna dance.
I'm gonna hide behind this window.
Is that Fred Astaire up there?
No, it's Hudson Hawk. He's been watching this recently.
German Metal Gear Solid.
Still making his way. You can see him.
Can't
What was that?
I like
Okay,
how
now
he
go
also,
back and hide. He'll forget you were there.
he also didn't even bother getting behind the plant, you know, like he
No.
got between the plant and the
glass.
transparent glass. Yeah.
He's green. He didn't want to endanger the plant.
Imagine this plant, but with a lily head. Oh boy.
With some lily bulbs.
You keep saying that.
I know you are, but what am I?
Abel, I will be ruthless to any man who stands in my way. I've no
As soon as I
choice.
take back this recycling, I'm gonna.
Of all the presents I have to send out for Christmas, I'm going to stuff these in the boxes.
I was in your way too.
Do you think they really recycle this stuff? We put it out in the bins and it goes away, but we don't really know.
You'll pay with your life. You must pay your debt to mankind.
Mankind doesn't even have a bank.
You poor deluded fool.
I do like an evil cackle.
Pay
Yeah.
mankind.
That is some pretty dainty dousing right there. You know, like usually people are pretty feverish at this point, but not him. He's like, no.
Did you see
Just
his
a dab-
dance moves?
Just a dabble do. A little
Yes.
here, a little there.
Brill cream, it's flammable.
You've abused your great gifts. You have a criminal brain. Sure.
Well,
definitely-
That stuff for
You're missing
Amelia,
Dolph
I'd save
Kipling,
a
aren't we?
lot of money on Gold Bond. I tell you that.
Yeah.
Showers are much quicker.
Yeah.
That's true.
Although you
Save it.
still have to use shampoo and conditioner.
That's true, yeah.
No, you can get it in one. It's called Pro.
Yeah.
Oh.
Take 2 bottles into the shower.
Black Lives.
B-sides brought to you by Pert 2-in-1 for when you're just ahead.
You can cut back to Alberto VO1.
There's a lot
Every-
of inadvertent catfishing on Tinder. You know,
That's right.
Look, I'm just going to say this up front. You can keep me at waist level. That's fine, but I do expect a decent dinner. You'll have to feed it to me. But after that, hey, let's see where the night takes us.
Poor fool, you're mad. You're completely mad. I don't need a psychiatrist to tell me that. Be still! Shut up! Mad, yes, you're mad. I am not mad! No! I am not mad! No, it's not true! No, it's not!
well, you've convinced me.
Yep, me too.
Seems legit.
I hope that's. Is that really the death scene? He's not going to throw it or something? I was kind of hoping for.
Where's Irene?
The effects budget didn't support that.
Take care of this man.
He's right behind this frosted glass. Look out!
If you'll notice, this
He could be anywhere. He's a master of suspense. He's master of hiding.
This guy just carries his raincoat everywhere. He gets out of the car holding his raincoat. He just carries it through the whole movie. You never know when it might rain in here.
What's the matter, Irene? Come on.
That is a weird question to ask her.
I mean, it's all been fine. I've been fine with most of this, but
See, this is what happens when you skimp on the kerosene. They're just going to come in and put it out, and everything's still there. Like, yeah, see?
The bells, the bells.
bell end.
Oh, I wish there were 2 of them.
Hans Skywalker.
So what song does Morrissey sing as he plunges to his death?
Oh, what difference does it make?
God save the Queen.
Pretty girls make graves.
No.
You don't want any spatter in your eye.
I don't know if Irene does, but I do.
Yes.
Basically, your perfect prison scenario.
'Twas boobies that killed the beast.
Off we go to a brave new world. And that's really where it ends.
All right.
Oh, that was amazing. That was absolutely amazing.
Thank you. Thank you. We only serve the best here.
Oh,
Wow.
wow.
I'd like to demand a recount on that. I saw The Return of Mr. Moto.
No, I just have these 702 questions that I need answering.
Yes.
Let's
Start
start
at the
from
beginning.
the beginning.
Ukoi-san, go ahead.
Yeah, that was something. You promised ahead, and yeah, we got ahead all right.
We all
Yeah.
got some head.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. That was a movie, allegedly.
It's one of the movies of all time.
It was.
Did it win Oscars?
I don't know if they're called Oscars in Germany.
Yeah, but it's spelled with a K.
With a K, yeah.
Der Oscar.
On a lot of Vilmas. What were those guys talking about? I mean, he really spent a lot of time with that head on a table. Do you think he was just giving him the silent treatment the whole time? Like,
Wait, the head or the scientist?
No, the head. Like, the head's mad at him. Like, he probably wants, some more quality time with the guy. Like,
He didn't seem pleased with the situation.
yeah, no, he was not happy at all.
Imagine being a disembodied head and then like finally dying to a trash fire in the middle of the floor. That's pretty good.
Yeah. Like, yeah, I mean, you're basically some set decoration on your booze cart. The guy does not even have a lava lamp or anything. I mean,
I mean, the least you could have done is put him on the hood of your car. He's a hood ornament. You take him out, let him enjoy the evening.
What's in the box?
Put him in a stroller and just scare the shit out of people every time they're like, "Whoa, let me have a look at your baby."
Give him a little Battleship Potemkin action. Whoa, down the stairs.
Take him bowling.
Take the severed heads bowling. Yes.
Or hang gliding or water skiing or bungee jumping,
Put him in one of those water balloon slingshots. Off you go.
As mad scientists go, he had a bit of a rubbish lab. I mean, there wasn't even like a Faraday cage. There was none of those neon tubes.
No Jacob's ladder.
No
Yeah.
Jacob's ladder. Yeah.
I mean, he was
we got
stylish.
a respirator, and then we got the antennas that give you surgical instruments sometimes.
Yeah. He had a stylish
Just
place.
once.
I'll give him that. But
Well,
And
he
then-
did
and
have
then
he
the
had
other
an
thing is-
IV full of
Alka-Seltzer.
yeah, or Hefeweizen. Yeah.
Yeah, or Hefeweizen. Yeah. The other thing is, so one of the times he's doing the surgery, there's 3 fucking people on the operating table, not
Yeah.
including the head. Who are these people?
I hadn't noticed that before until you pointed it out.
Yeah, so Simple Jack is busy like looking at himself in the mirror over on one point. The other guy is like standing across from him, handing him stuff occasionally, and then looking concerned. And I'm like, who are these people? Where did they go? They only exist during the surgeries.
Interns.
yeah, exactly. Like several months down the line, they're like at a pub and they're like, "Wait a minute, that was kind of fucked up."
Several months down the line, they're buried in some leaves, and
Yeah, it's a resume builder. I mean,
that's all we promised you, Amelia. That's all we promised you.
No,
We didn't say it was going to be good.
I have to disagree with Jama on this one. There was some German maximalism with regards to Irene post-op.
Yeah, it was weird. Like she kind of turns into
There were a couple of things.
Yeah.
she kind of turns into a sex kitten object, and then she kind of hates it, and I don't know. Maybe the back boobies weren't so bad.
She was like, "Why do you keep touching me on the front? That's not what you do."
She's not going to have an easy time of it, you know.
Yeah,
I
all of
didn't have
the
me
she has to
time.
learn the positions all over again.
This reads like stereo instructions.
I'm used to sleeping on my stomach, and now I can't.
Exactly.
I'm sleeping on someone else's stomach.
I'm not getting a lot of sleep, and then my slippers are too big.
She was sort of obsessed with all the really specific things like the shoes and stuff, wasn't she? It's like, you just had your entire body replaced, and all you're worried about is that your belly button is now an innie now rather than an outie. Think about
she
the big
doesn't
picture.
she doesn't look down and go, "Where are my feet?" which would have been the first thing she should have done.
Yeah.
No, she's worried about her feet and all this stuff. Only later when she gets a mirror and she's like, "Oh, I have these. Let me feel this. All right."
Yeah, quick flick of the bean, and we're all
Yeah. You think you'd have noticed that early on.
Well,
She gets up out of the bed and just falls forward because of the weight.
I
was just gonna say, once you give up your life to God, you stop looking down.
Yeah,
That's it.
yeah.
That's it.
Well, she doesn't want to sink like the stone. She looks up, to the sun,
True.
like the boat.
How would we
Motorboat.
compare this to the Manster, everybody?
I think that one's still. I think the Manster still probably edges it out. As a Morrissey fan, I did appreciate the fact that he was, making his debut here. But I think the Manster had some good stuff in there.
And the solid reference to Girlfriend in a Coma. She was out for 117 days.
That's true. That's true.
This whole movie could be dubbed with just nothing but Morrissey lines.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
I think that's true of a lot of movies.
I mean, I think it would have made more sense. I think the Manster, again, the action in the Manster, minus the one exposition dump that you kind of have, but otherwise, it's kind of a get on the roller coaster and hang the hell on. Here we go. This one, not so much. There's a lot of, let me go in and I'm going to be angsty. I'm going to do my full Morrissey, and then it piddles around. Once we got boobs, I mean, there was a good 7 to 10 minutes of solid movie in there.
Yeah, that's true.
Then not so much.
And Dan, I'm reading that comment. The only way you'd watch this is with a great panel and chat. Well, sorry about that. We will keep looking for you.
Yeah,
and hopefully one day that will happen for you.
50%, not bad as a batting average.
Somewhere there's a great panel out there, and they're gonna watch this movie.
Yeah, you're just gonna have to settle for the chat.
Well, it's not the Master, but I'd still rank it up there. I mean,
I liked it. No, I did genuinely like that film.
It's a fun ride.
Very interesting.
I'm a big fan. I'd give it an 8 on the B movie scale.
Mm-hmm. I'm settling in for about a 7, but I think if the acting was good, the acting was pretty good. I mean, it gets a little theatrical towards the end. But the set design, the lighting, all that stuff was superb. Just needed a little bit of a trim and maybe a little exposition.
The Germans don't do exposition.
No, clearly not. But I thought it was pretty solid, and there were boobs.
Yeah, I think the
I get.
So the blocking was fucking terrible.
It was really badly.
And it was like, "Hello, the camera, it's over here."
Maybe the director has a back fetish.
He has an ass fetish right up until tits showed up, and then he was very interested in those, and I applaud him for that. So there wasn't really any big exposition dumps. There was dialogue allegedly.
Well, nobody really felt the need to bother explaining the story. Let's just say that.
or themselves or what they're doing. The sculptor, discount.
Kirk Douglas.
Douglas, yeah.
Yeah, absolutely, yeah.
I actually saw, I think it was one of the cops, I believe, is a discount George Kennedy.
Yes, yeah.
We did
Which is
have,
pretty
the guy with
damn
the
cheap.
raincoat.
yeah, exactly. When you're going for discount George Kennedy, for God's sakes.
Kirk Douglas.
This would explain why the lab was a bit underwhelming. They couldn't even afford the real George Kennedy.
Kirk Douglas in a sequel to Lust for Life there.
Yeah, the bizarre inability to use a shovel.
Yeah.
I do think the lighting in many shots was good, but you kind of expect that from German cinema.
That was very expressionist, post-expressionist lighting.
I would give it like a 5 or a 6, just because there's so little meat on them. I mean, the head just.
Of course, there's no meat in it. Christ, look who starred in it.
Well, I mean, there's that. Yeah.
Well, they've trimmed the meat off, haven't they?
Yeah. They trimmed all the fat. Well, not all the fat. I mean, the professor still, those jowls.
Those jowls had plenty of them.
Throw that in the pot and make some beans, and you're good.
Keep you afloat.
Amelia, my ASMR is on a different channel.
Yeah, I think I'm like a 5 to 6. The action. Well, I mean, so you had the one homosexual fight.
You had a couple of homosexual fights in there.
Well, I mean, there was a lot of gay fighting, but the one specifically where looked like there may have been penetration before.
You didn't literally have a man rip himself out of another man.
Yeah, I mean, well, that's the allegory of the manster is really what brings it above everything. I mean, you had such potential with the head, and yet didn't really address the head. That's problematic.
What about can we see anything of the Reanimator with Jeffrey Combs here?
Oh yeah.
Do you think those guys check this out?
I think so. Yeah, I mean,
it's a natural progression, isn't it, from this film to that one, I guess, and of course, A Man with Two Brains, I suppose, as well. But I mean, it's a great concept, and it's certainly not one that you see very often, probably for very good reasons.
We may have some evidence as to why this is not pursued on a regular basis.
Well, the prop of the table he's on is, it's very nice, and
we've got the one Pepper's ghost that we can afford to make, and so that's it. Don't move him, don't roll him around. No, it's got to be right there.
I was about to say it's frustrating that they just didn't do more with that, and that they also never moved him around or anything.
Right.
And I know, like, obviously you can't just grab that cart and move it around, because then that's
put him on a
tour bus,
take him on holiday. Yeah.
But like, you could zoom in on the face and kind of imply that he's being moved, and then you just put that thing somewhere else. But I don't know.
And there's an unevenness to the performances. So or whatever the hell the bad guy, he is overacting, just chewing up all the scenery, melodrama. And then Irene seems like, while with Hunchback and all that stuff, very understated. Mongo, I don't know what the hell he is, what's going on. He just gives stupid look. Okay, good work. Yeah, you killed it.
One thing that I found confusing the first time that I watched this is that the two different actresses, the Hunchback and the stripper, look too much alike, and it's a little bit confusing.
Yeah, I thought, I was like, did her hair color change? Because I thought, like, when she was the nun, I thought she had dark hair.
And for reference, The Hunchback and the Stripper is next week's B-roll movie.
Yes.
We made it ourselves. Please don't judge us.
Does anyone actually Does anybody know anything about the actor that played the Morrissey part in this? Because he does seem like he probably started out in silent
Stage.
era films or something.
Or
Yeah,
stage, very stage. A lot of
Absolutely.
He
big
did
movement.
a lot of
yeah.
he did a lot of work in German cinema, but mostly he got cast as, you know, the one-off bad guy.
Well, with those
That's it.
eyebrows, what the hell else
Yeah.
was he going to be?
And like I think the only other big movie that you had was the Big Showdown with Lee Van Cleef. That was pretty much it. There's a ton of stuff on his IMDb page, but it's all, you know, German, episode 1 or, you know, stuff like that.
Yeah, you have to think that he has been in musicals.
Oh yeah, he just wanted to dance and sing.
You know, the
sing,
dance,
sing.
the big movements. Yeah, you know, there's a flamboyance to it.
His you know, his temper tantrum before his demise was pretty huge, you know. But I'm sure it's tough once you get typecast. Like no one wanted to make out with Peter Lorre, you know, or anything. So he's
Peter Lorre is a hot piece of ass. I don't know what you're talking about.
You speak for yourself.
Yeah. Peter
Well,
Lorre
maybe
and I'm all in. Here we go.
Okay, maybe Peter's head, but
Yeah.
on that, but on that guy's body, on Morrissey's body.
Yeah, yeah.
Now we're talking. Now
Exactly.
we're talking. That's a Lorre.
When the moon hits your eye, it's like a headless guy. That's a Lorre.
I wonder if Brie Larson could get her feet replaced like this. That would make Brownie's dreams come true.
I think it would. Have I got a solution for you?
Exactly. And for the rest of us, could you take her head and just toss it in the leaves or something?
Give her
Also the body. I mean, there's really nothing to her that's worth keeping. I don't know what the hell Brownie's doing.
I mean, they're just right outside the lab too. Like, if you walk up to the lab, the smell has got to be overwhelming.
No, that
You know,
frosted glass, that's you know, well known to be you know, fume proof.
Speaking of overwhelming smells.
Yes, I'm sorry about that.
My God, we're going back to Moto Returns.
Semi-aquatic weasel. What did you expect?
I have it preloaded. Hang on. That's a perfect segue.
Well, semi-aquatic weasel is a perfect segue.
I'm somewhat concerned now. All right.
I'm intrigued. Let's go. Yeah.
Wow.
Oh my God.
The sea is always right.
Yes, yes.
I grew up surrounded by whale carcass.
I knew.
That's one of those childhood memories that little boy's going to have forever, isn't it? Yeah. I remember that summer where we went down to the beach and
I can
blew
smell
up a
it even
whale.
now.
I mean, the thing is, he's always going to have a great story. People are like, Jesus Christ, it stinks. Let me tell you about my experience.
I'll give you something to think about.
This is a rounding error.
I knew I'd let myself go the last time I was at the beach, and these people were putting dynamite around.
Started putting the dynamite.
They're like, stack it away from the shore. You need
No,
to move it into the
put
shore.
it on the leeward side.
So the next time you think twice about pissing in the water, just let it rip.
Why is this
That is
the bulldozer?
gotcha.
I couldn't let this segue go. I'm sorry.
I don't understand. You had a bulldozer in the first place, and like I don't.
Right.
Well, what are you going to do? Put it out in the ocean and just wash us right back up?
Caltrans.
Well, I know, but I mean, they wound up they're like, all right, back to the drawing board. We're just going to bury it with these bulldozers. Like, you know, well, yeah.
Well, that was after they dispersed a large portion of it all over the damn beach and the highway and the parking lot. A large 4-door Lincoln.
Yeah.
The smashed car is the best, though. Like, you can just imagine aerosolized rotten whale falling on everyone there. Like, it's man.
This looks like a good place for a stick up.
Never in my life have I wanted to get away faster, and then I find out my car is destroyed. So now I have to sit here. I have to sit here and talk to cops while I am covered in rotten whale.
You know, the wife is just like, I told you we didn't need to come here and do this, but you said no.
They're professionals, Marge. They know what they're doing. There's my tax dollars at work. You know how they are.
Shall we take the bus, Harold? No, you said we'll drive down.
No,
What could
we'll drive
possibly
down.
Go wrong?
Yeah, I gotta say, if I'm at, because this is a certain amount of Darwinian pressure on people. If there's a dead whale and I see people bringing out the stacks of dynamite, ooh, it's time to go. Oh, I got a place to be, not here.
Fuck no, I'm pulling up a picnic basket full of fried chicken and potato salad and just airing it all out under the aerosol whale.
Be borrowing my neighbor's car to go there, but
my God.
Oh, that is truly something.
There's a photograph of when they had just for shits and giggles, they smashed two trains into each other, two steam trains.
That happened a couple of times. Yeah. But I
They
know
used to just do it
exactly
for
what
fun.
you're talking about. Yeah.
Yeah, but on one particular instance, these two trains smashed, and one of the spectators was killed by a flying train part.
Yeah, they were like showered in hot molten metal debris.
Yeah.
That was filming Buster Keaton's movie.
The General. Yeah.
The General.
Oh, was it?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think so.
It happened a number of times. They
caused like
did it for Buster Keaton, and they did it for like just a publicity thing. And
I think that caused like a huge ecological problem, didn't it? The train wreck. I think it was.
Yeah,
there for
well,
quite some time.
not so much. Well, I mean, I guess ecological in some way. The budget ran out to clean up the debris,
right?
So the two engines just sat there, and the bridge that was part of the wreck was never repaired, and so that whole community was screwed.
Amazing.
Well, I do know that the otter community was stunned. And
yeah, absolutely. I'm still suffering to this day. I still have relatives that talk about it.
All right. Well, while we have some momentum here, let's bring up the next short.
Oh boy!
This should be a very long.
Wait a minute. Yeah, I was to say this can't be a short.
The trouble with women, their boobs are on the front, right?
Just on the front.
No, Betty, that's wrong. Let me show you again. You use
see the strings.
Women,
focus,
know your
see?
place.
All right, this one here in the right-hand corner to lock the suite.
Oh, she's got the gum going. All right, here we go.
Now let's try it again.
Oh, there's someone here to see you. Are you Mr. Bradshaw,
Bitch.
the foreman?
Yes.
Mr. Donnelly up in personnel said for me to give you this card. I'm your new bearings inspector.
Oh? Oh, well, now. I'll be with you in just a minute.
Yeah, absolutely.
I've lost my
One at
bearings.
a time. Well, I'll be back later to go over this with you, Betty. Just in the meantime, do the best you can. Follow me, please.
Sure.
Just sit there and chew gum. It's the best you can do.
Just have a seat here. I'll
Do you know
I'll be
how a
back
chair
shortly.
Let me explain how that chair works, darling.
That's right.
Oh,
Mr. Bradshaw, what's on your mind?
It's full of women out there.
Inspector.
She's a good one, too. Just look at that record.
Okay, now, Walt, you've had your little joke. Give her to somebody else. I ask for a man.
We don't have a man with her qualifications.
But we
Seriously,
could put her
Brad.
head on a
If you
man's
treat her
body
right,
if
she
that
might
helps
make
you.
you a darn good employee.
Are we talking about
What
her
do you
breasts?
mean, treat her right?
Get that chip off your shoulder. What's wrong with her?
She's a woman, isn't she?
Now, wait a minute. You got a lot of women in your department. What's wrong with one more?
Did you ever hear of the straw that broke the camel's back?
They're good workers. Accurate, quick to catch mistakes, a lot of patience.
Yeah, but that comes out of books. I work with them, mister. I know what happens.
What does happen?
Well, it's a long story.
Come on now, tell me. What does happen? Maybe I've been missing.
Well, I get
Not
engorged
so
with
long ago,
blood.
you sent me a girl by the name of
Hashtag me too.
Malloy. Remember?
And it's
As
embarrassing.
per her qualifications, I assigned her to an inspection
I'm
bench.
always knocking things off counters.
Well, in a matter of days, that bench looked more like her dressing table.
Full of
then
makeup
came the day
and powders and extra
Joe, will you
bodies.
take your stuff back to table 9? That'll be your bench for the time being.
Okay, Chief.
That guy's like Plastic Man's
Myrtle,
best friend.
we're moving you to table number 10.
Is something wrong, Mr. Bradshaw?
No, nothing's wrong. We just need this space for something else.
Well, I sure hate to give it up. It's been a nice place to work. The light's good here, and it's nicely situated right in the middle of things. I just began to feel at home.
Well, I'm sorry, Myrtle, but table 10 will have to be your work area for the time being.
You mean there's liable to be another change?
There's always that
Who
possibility.
does she look like? She looks like somebody.
I
looks
certainly
like,
hope I'm not moved
Mrs.
every other
Kravitz.
day.
Yeah.
That's exactly what I
Ma'am,
was going to say.
No trouble at all. Tell him what you want and he does it. But with Myrtle, a little move is a big production.
Okay.
Now, wait a minute. You asked me, now let
Fuck
me tell
you, Myrtle, and your
Now,
feng
here's
shui.
another problem.
That's the problem
Well,
with
Mr.
women. They
Bradshaw,
need light to
I wanted
see.
to tell you that the date is set for my marriage. I'll be leaving soon.
Marriage? I thought you just got engaged.
Well, I told you about it 6 months ago. We were only waiting till we could find a place to live.
6 months ago? Oh, brother. Well, how soon are you leaving?
Well, the end of next week.
Well, that'll really put us in a bind around here. It takes time to break in a relief, girl.
Stupid
Yes,
women always
I know
getting
it
married.
does. I want
Not
one.
like
Why didn't
men.
you say something?
They're not
I
getting
didn't
married
realize
at
you were
all.
getting married right away.
Well, I'm sorry, Mr. Bradshaw.
Would you
but I
consider
really
leaving your
thought
body
you knew.
here and letting
We've
your
all
head
been
go?
talking about it.
Okay, Brad. But how many blushing brides do you have? Besides, what's all this got to do with Dolly, the new girl? She's already married. And she's a qualified bearings inspector.
You know what I was doing when this new girl came in a few minutes ago?
No.
I was trying to
I was
cope with one of the
pleasuring
biggest
myself.
problems of all, Walt. Now, in your books, it comes under the general heading of absenteeism among women employees.
Seems
Yesterday,
like
I
once a
spent an
month
hour
for
and a
about
half
5 days. They don't even
teaching
show
one of
up.
our girls what she needed to know in order to start on the oscilloscope today. This morning, she isn't here, so I had to use somebody else. I don't think the girl we got on it now ever pick it up, so I'll probably have to find somebody else.
Question.
Oh, that oscilloscope is way
All
too heavy
these
for her to
things you've
pick
been
up.
talking about. Marriage, absenteeism, personality problems. Aren't they really just a part of life?
Part of a woman's life, maybe. But I can remember the good old days when there were all men in my department, and we didn't have these problems.
You didn't
Okay,
have
so
the
now we
production
have
output
the
you've
latent
got now either.
homosexuality reveals itself once again.
Yeah, this is
And we
pretty
get the
thinly
theme.
veiled.
You know, I used to have men, big sweaty men with strong hands and broad shoulders and tight. But oh, I'm sorry.
And
What was
rheumy
I
What
saying?
are we talking about?
Those damn women.
2 balls apiece.
Brad.
So that
You've
They
got
were
a new
looking.
bearings inspector who happens to be a woman. You need someone, and there isn't a man available. It seems to me...
I'm not sure
whether
she
the
just
gal
happened
adds
to be a
up to
woman. I'm pretty sure she was a woman for
pretty
all of her
much
life.
to you.
Yeah.
What is Brad's trouble?
Yeah.
He's an
I think we
incel.
know. I think we know.
I think it's very judgmental to say that it's a trouble. That's problematic. And just because
It
he's
may
gay,
have-
it's not anything wrong with that. We just need to recognize and accept.
For
He has
Brad, it
certain
may have
limitations.
started out as involuntary, but now he's firmly entrenched in the no trim for me.
Damn him.
They have no idea how to read an oscilloscope.
No, sorry, Ram Ranch with all the cowboys. Hell yes.
My God.
Okay, how many on this panel have not heard Ram Ranch?
I don't get it.
Oh my God, you don't watch enough Professor Tosspot.
No, you recommended that to me, and no, I haven't seen it. So go ahead and explain it for the.
I do
Okay.
not know what
Underprivileged.
Professor. Yeah, I don't know what these things are.
Okay, so well,
Is
so,
it
so-
the dressing? Is that what it is?
no,
Is-
well, no. So there's a Tosspot seems to find these people who are artists who specialize in expressing their needs, usually of a homosexual variety, in their art, either through the written word, where there's a guy who's written I probably 30 or 40 books. The one that immediately pops to mind is about homosexual sentient donuts. And
I'm lost already.
Yeah,
I'm sorry.
well, so there's another one who used to make music, and it was always about him in a tremendously flamingly gay situation, and one of them is Ram Ranch, where it's and it is exactly what you think it is. Yeah. Oh my God. And yeah, so I know that people used to troll like Twitch streamers and stuff like that, just starting to recite the lyrics of Ram Ranch in chat. There were a few that streamers would then like, realizing what's going on, would then play Ram Ranch. Twitch ended up banning that song because it is a bit over the top.
Ram Ranch by Grant McDonald.
Yeah.
Well, that has explained absolutely nothing to me, but I appreciate your enthusiasm.
I tell you, if you listen to it, you all will be revealed.
Next episode, ladies and gentlemen, B-Sides, episode 5, Ram Ranch. We'll do it. That's interesting.
I'm looking at the lyrics right now, and this is pretty pornographic.
Yes, it is. Yes, it is. Yes,
like
it is
Bloodhound
explicit.
Gang?
Like
No,
like what-
no. The Bloodhound Gang would not go near this song.
Yeah.
Interesting. So, speaking about venereal disease.
Yeah.
Oh, that ringing is bad. If you're having that
Henry Roberts,
under the
titular member of that vast, fun-loving group of young people between 20 and 24.
who's plagued with ringing. Ringing in the whales.
But he's also in danger. For this group is responsible for the greatest incidence of venereal disease.
My penis sure hurts when I urinate.
And shame them.
There will be shame.
It's a big book.
Who can keep track?
There's got to be a lot of swelling with all of the,
I'm all right, Doctor.
pulsing going on.
No need to worry, Mr. Roberts. If it's treated early enough, gonorrhea can easily be cured. But now that doesn't mean that you can't be infected again. There's no immunity, you know.
Sure glad I came to see you.
Well, it can certainly save you a lot of grief. How would you
Couple
like to
guys
save
on
your
things.
sexual partner from the same sort of grief? What's her name?
Why?
Well, she'll have to be examined.
But maybe she doesn't even have it.
Maybe, but
Her
besides, you
name
want her
is
to have the
Bruce.
same.
Sure, but if I could come in on my own, why can't she?
Well, sometimes a woman doesn't realize that she's infected with gonorrhea. Mind you, the same can go for a man, too, of course.
A man has
Sometimes
to
the
explain
victim
it
doesn't
to
know
them.
just how serious his infection is. Sometimes he might think it's something else. The symptoms can disappear in a few days, but the infection doesn't. You see, the best way
because
of
women
preventing
believe
the
they
spread of
have the
VD is
glory
by
hole.
having the victim, someone like yourself, for instance,
Affected by a woman.
Yes.
Glory is an objective term.
give the names of all the people with whom he's had sexual relations recently.
There was your
I don't want
mom.
to get her into any trouble, Doctor.
Well, she'll be in plenty of
What
trouble
was
if
your
she isn't
wife's name
treated.
again, Doctor?
Yeah, exactly.
I don't know that...
Look, Mr. Roberts, the information on all contacts put down on this card is kept in the strictest confidence. Now, I send it along to the government department which is responsible for this particular communicable disease. It's a sort of a clearinghouse, I guess you could call it. The information is then sent on, again, confidentially, to the local health department, where a trained worker or nurse gets in touch with the girl.
All right, just a second. So it's in the strictest of confidence. I send it to a huge bureaucratic government organization.
And they only send it out to 402
Send
people.
it out to all of these different health organizations who will then call and go, you know, Bob said he's got the itchy scratchy and he said that you gave it up. So come on in. We need to check you out. But other than that, it's absolutely discreet. No one will know.
Is it just me
Punisher's
that thinks he
Clearinghouse.
sounds exactly like Norman from the Psycho movies? He sounds exactly like Anthony Perkins.
Yeah, maybe.
Nobody will embarrass her.
Oh, well, then he
She'll
doesn't
never
have
know.
to worry about reporting his partners to the health department.
Very true.
Oh, I got to assure you, they don't have it anymore.
Oh, from the department, how they got her name.
Why wouldn't she find out? I'd try.
Because it's against the law for anyone in the department to say that you or I, or anybody else for that matter, has or has not got a venereal disease. Look, besides, even if a worker or a nurse or a doctor wanted to, they still couldn't reveal your name because you're only a
believe
number
me, we all
on their
do
information
want to.
card.
Oh,
I
yeah,
repeat
there's
to
no,
you that
there's never a
anything
correlation between government-issued ID numbers and people
It's just like your driver's license.
and
No
your
one's
social
gonna know.
security card.
Marketing
And-
research, you know.
And
Yes.
all that laughing you hear is just them enjoying their work.
That's right.
on this card is kept in the strictest confidence.
Well, I still think she'll come in on her own.
Are you sure?
Well, I did.
Yes, well,
Because my dick burns.
we've been over that before. Look, Mr. Roberts, do you realize what this girl could suffer if her gonorrhea isn't treated?
Who cares?
Apparently you're not
See, give
concerned.
me the clock. I don't
Sure I
care.
am.
She's obviously a slut.
Well, all right then, accept your responsibility.
Why should I? Look, I don't think I'm the only guy she's been with.
Bobby
What about them
Kennedy.
being responsible?
Well, if that's the case, maybe some of them have. But you don't know, do you? Maybe you're going to be the only one that can save her from the complications of gonorrhea. Things like arthritis, pelvic inflammation. Did you know that pelvic inflammation can lead to sterility? Did you know that?
Here's hoping.
Oh, good. Then I don't have to wear a condom anymore.
If she ever found out...
Look, I've already said she won't. Everything you tell me is confidential. You have my word.
He is getting upset with them at this point.
Betty Sutherland's her name.
Oh, now we all know.
Oh, she's got a,
told you about me?
she's got
No,
a
I'm
big
sorry,
file.
Betty, but that's
Oh.
confidential.
That motherfucker.
I can be confidential, too. Why should you? It's not fair. I've always taken care of myself, and now this. No, it's not fair. But it's not fair to other people either. What other people? The other men.
Do we
Why
have
do you
to see
think
this
I am,
whole
a prostitute?
conversation
No,
over
Betty, I
again?
don't.
No, Betty, we don't believe you take money for it. We think you give it up for free.
Yes, we have to.
We don't think
have
you're a
to hear
prostitute. We just think
you're-
you're a tramp.
every fucking second of this conversation. Yes, we have to hear it.
But even if you were, that's your affair. I'm only concerned about your health and theirs. So? Look, Betty, you have gonorrhea.
Ooh,
You may have given it
Betty.
to somebody else, or somebody may have given it to you. Who
I mean,
gave it to
it's
whom
unreal,
doesn't really
Dr.
matter.
Please.
But what does matter is that if we don't bring the contacts in for examination and treatment, VD will keep right on spreading.
Well, certainly I don't go around infecting everybody.
I'm sure you don't. But it only takes one person to start a chain of infection which can spread to hundreds of people. It's like a chain reaction, and you're one of the links in the chain.
Yeah,
Not the
she's
first
having
link or the
problems
last.
dealing with
But you are in a
gonorrhea.
position
Let's
to
go ahead and
help us,
explain
and any
nuclear
man
chain
you've been
reactions to her.
I'm sure they can take care of themselves.
Possibly. But did you know you were infected?
Well, if I did, I wouldn't have waited to be called in.
That's right. Then surely you must realize that many people involved in the chain don't know that they're infected with gonorrhea either. Women particularly. The symptoms are passed off as something else which they believe really isn't very important. Or they may disappear for a while and they think that all's well. But it's not. That's why it's your responsibility to help us and any man with whom you've had sexual contact.
Maybe.
You will think about it and let me know.
When do I come in for my next treatment? I can't remember.
Your appointment's for 11 o'clock tomorrow morning.
All right.
Look, Betty, before you go, let me give you my telephone number. When you change your mind, you can give me a call and let me know. You can be sure it will be treated with the strictest confidence.
And I've already been treated, so if you want to bang...
No one will ever know where the name came from.
I don't think I'll need it.
Won't hurt you to keep it. Just stick it in your purse.
In your what?
She gave the nurse her wrong
Your
address.
purse.
Then she said that only one man was involved, but she knows better. Not that many, but more than one. She's worried, too. Not a convenient time for VD. Her holidays begin in a few days.
Yes, I'm sorry, my calendar's booked. I don't have time for VD this month. Perhaps next
Listen, I can
Tuesday.
schedule you in next month for the clap, but
Exactly,
not
yes.
today.
Not today,
Actually, it's a pretty good time for VD.
But now she'll have to stay in town for
I think
treatment.
she already had her good time for VD.
She's trying to remember who infected her. She thinks it might be the fellow she met at a party. Maybe he gave her name to the health department.
She can't
But she
remember
won't
his
admit the
name for shit.
possibility
Maybe it was the highway rest stop. Maybe it was the subway. I don't...
that she could infect the men rather than be infected by them. Her kind
She
of pride
began
is
to
dangerous
rethink
in the fight
her
against
phone
VD.
number in that truck stop bathroom stall.
Come on in. Well, where have you been hiding lately?
Oh, tied up, working things. You know how it is.
No, I don't. Tell me.
Peeing
Would you like a
blood.
cup of coffee?
Let's go to the
Vic
beach.
works fine, by the way.
Can't. The antibiotic I'm on doesn't allow me to get out in the sun.
Little peridium will clear it right up.
2 sugar?
Right.
This is a lot better. This is a lot easier to understand than the head.
I should too.
Some cheery music for this impending conversation here.
Well then, what have you been doing with yourself lately?
I'm sorry about not calling you last week.
I was wondering about that.
I wanted
Clearly
to, but
he's not
I did get tied up.
Yeah.
What's her name?
Oh,
So
If
it
he'd
is
done
a
it
girl.
himself,
no,
he'd be fine.
doctor.
A doctor? Well then, what's so funny?
It really wasn't very funny at all. The fact is, I picked up something and went to the doctor, and that's when he asked me that question.
Well, what did you pick up?
Nothing at all.
Well, what is it?
All right, I guess I better tell you. Gonorrhea.
Gonorrhea?
Person.
Don't worry, you're probably all right. Maybe you don't have it.
Well, I've got it all right. But how did you pick it up? Not from me.
Let's not go into that. It's too late anyway. The point is, we've got to do something about it.
What, for instance?
Well, you should see a doctor to find out if you really have it.
It just keeps going.
And then they'll want to know who you've been with.
That's none of their business. You didn't tell them my name, did you?
No. I just gave them the name of the other girl.
It sure does burn when
I
I pee.
urinate.
The other girl,
Oh.
who has carried the disease from one man to another. Her duty now is to link this other man to the forces at City Hall in constant combat with BD.
You think John Carpenter got his idea for the soundtrack for The Thing from this?
Philip Andrews, age 36, just ending an out-of-town business trip. Philip is married and has 3 children, but his trips away from home often take him to distant towns and
Seedy motels.
distant situations.
Ooh.
I don't think they're very distant if you're getting VD.
Yeah.
Laura Perkins, age 23, secretary. She has had one previous sexual relationship with Philip. Last night she told him of her engagement and that she couldn't see him again. But one drink led to another.
Led to the itch. Led to the shadowy man. In the
I love the fix.
I guess I can't stand those long drives anymore. How are the kids? Who called?
They've got gonorrhea.
I don't know anybody at City Hall.
I don't know anyone at the
Well,
free
okay, I'll give them a buzz. Yep. See you later.
Usually when I'm away, that's what I say to the missus when I
So,
call
you remember
her.
the burning
See you
sensations
later.
when you urinated?
Yeah, it had me worried, but I didn't realize what it was.
Well, now you know. It's VD.
I can live with it.
A rough night?
Yeah, a little. A few drinks.
Rough enough
Was
to
there a
get
girl
me VD.
involved?
What's that got to do with it?
If there was, then she'll have to be examined.
That's ridiculous. She couldn't have given it to me. It's been a couple of weeks at least since I've had the symptom.
I wasn't thinking about her infecting you, but about you infecting her.
Me?
Yes. Unless she was already infected without knowing it. In any case, it's vitally important that she or anyone else with whom you've had sexual relations be examined as soon as possible.
My wife.
Oh, shit.
Yes, I'm afraid so. Does she have her own doctor?
Oh,
She's gonna have her own
yes,
lawyer.
her own doctor.
Could you give me his name?
Someone's got some
Oh, wouldn't you
explaining
be
to do.
suspicious? I mean, a call right out of the blue from her doctor?
Don't say a word without
Not
your
necessarily.
lawyer
You could
present.
suggest she get a physical checkup. That way, he can give her a complete physical examination and also do special tests for gonorrhea and syphilis.
Syphilis?
A safety precaution. It's better to be sure, particularly with married women who could be pregnant.
Oh, yes, I see.
Oh yeah, because only married women get
All right,
pregnant
what's
in
his
the
name?
70s.
It's,
That's lucky.
Dr. Albert. Robert, I think. He's in the medical dental building downtown.
Oh, yes. Before you go, could you give me the name of the girl?
Yes, of course, but
If
He's
she
a
has
dentist,
gonorrhea and
too?
doesn't know it, it could be tragic. Now, it's not worthwhile taking a chance
It
that
already
she may
is
suffer
tragic. She
complications
gave
and
it to
have to be
me.
hospitalized.
but I'd hate to have her know that I told you.
Mr. Andrews, your name won't enter into it at all. I simply fill in the details on this card. Your name simply becomes a registration number. When the health department worker interviews the girl, you'll be completely out of the picture. Believe me, the information is strictly confidential.
Until I ship it off to the government.
Just,
Well,
Dr.
okay.
Albert will know about it.
Her name is
but,
Laura Perkins.
He, of course, was third in the phone book.
Have you
after
had
Dr.
sexual
Abel and Dr.
relations with
Hardback.
your fiancé, Laura, since this other incident? Yes.
Oh boy, I hope we
Then
get
he'll
this
definitely have
conversation
to be
a fourth
examined.
time.
But he may be all right.
God.
He may be, but then we have to be on the safe side.
What am I going to do? We've been engaged for almost a year now.
No
He'll know
chance,
it was
yeah.
me.
You're sure?
Oh, yes. I know he hasn't been with anyone else.
Then it will be
Sure.
difficult for you. But you know what can happen if gonorrhea isn't checked.
Yes.
You'll tell him?
I'm afraid to.
I'm
so
sure you are.
intense.
I know it won't be easy in light of what you just told me. But then that's all the more reason that you should tell him yourself. Now, there's just one other thing.
I don't
The
want
other
Ella
man should be
Davis telling me
examined,
about
too.
my.
Oh, he doesn't come from around here.
Oh, that's no problem. If you could tell me his name and address, then the health department there will get in touch with him.
How about an anonymous?
Well, what if he finds out I told you?
He won't. Your name won't even be known to the doctors or nurses who talk to him.
Boy, where have I
What
heard
you
that
tell
before?
me
Exactly.
is strictly confidential. Believe me.
And so the chain continues until we reach Travis Bickle.
You talking to me?
Talkative.
Hey, come on, Jared, get the clap. Woo!
What's
Clap
that
for
James
everybody.
Fonda on the poster?
Clap, clap, clap.
Although gonorrhea is most prevalent in the 20 to 24 year age group, the disease is also striking down more and more teenagers.
Does that mean
Gonorrhea has always lurked dangerously among the 15 to 19-year-olds, but today it's spreading even among the very young
Is that the
teenagers.
doctor?
For it's not unusual anymore to find youngsters of 12 or 13 infected by a
She has
disease
access
they
to the
know
medicine
very little about,
cabinet.
if anything
He's
at
not
all.
a doctor, but he plays
What
one
did
of
the
the
doctor
back
tell
sheet.
you?
He said I had gonorrhea. Is that the same as the dose?
Yes, it is. When did you first notice it?
Last week, I was real worried. I didn't know what it was. I was scared to ask anyone. Then someone from the clinic called. How would they know?
I expect someone gave them your name.
Who?
I wouldn't know that.
But I know who it was.
Do you?
But it was Ronnie.
Who's Ronnie?
Oh, just one of the guys at school.
Have you had sexual relations with him?
Yes.
Recently?
Yes.
He's one of
With
the
any
guys
other
at
fellas
school.
recently?
Yes.
No.
Are you sure? It's very important. Because
You
if
sure?
gonorrhea isn't treated, it can develop into arthritis and other complications. And even more terrible, if your gonorrhea wasn't treated, you might never be able to have a baby. Could be just as tragic for a boy,
Oh,
too.
no.
He might never be able to be a father. You wouldn't want that for Ronnie or any other boy, would you?
No.
Have you met
Don't
him?
you
He's
give me the
Mrs.
names of the
Stunt.
other fellows so that we can call them in to have
Justice
them
for
treated.
Ronnie.
They'll find out I told you.
No, they
That boy,
won't.
right.
Everything you tell me is
And if
secret.
Ronnie can't
In
make
fact, it's against the law for
then
me to tell where I got
we're
my
doomed.
information. None of your friends will ever know.
What about my mom and dad? Will they find out I've got a dose?
No, not unless you tell them. In some parts of the country, we would have to tell them, but in this city, so long as a boy and girl is over 16, they don't have to be informed. You are 16, aren't you?
Yes, I can prove it.
As far as you
There
know.
isn't any reason why you shouldn't give me the names of the other fellows, is there?
I guess not. But please don't let anyone find out.
I promise. No one will find out.
Bring out the form. Tell her about the number.
Yeah.
You're just a number lady.
Well, as long as we all have gonorrhea, let's fuck.
Hey, what are you here for? I'm here for the clap. How about you?
They're all just looking around. It was Mary,
Gonorrhea.
wasn't it? Yeah, that fucking Mary bitch. Yeah,
Yeah,
everybody's
all right.
saw the same girl.
Drop them. Zip.
That's what he's thinking about right now. Which one of these guys was with my fiance?
They filled this waiting
Hello,
room with
George.
National
You can come in
Geographic. It's just torture.
Oh, thanks. You said nobody would know who I am. Be up for 549,
We didn't
right?
give up hope
Oh,
out there,
shit.
George. Time's always a problem with us. So many people to see and only so many hours. Good weekend?
So-so.
Did you find the number of the girl you told me about last week?
I mean, aside from the pus.
I guess I must have lost it.
Yeah, she's
I
about a
see.
6 and a half, I think.
You said she was blonde, about 5'6", 120 pounds. And you only remember her first name, Kathy.
Yes.
Pretty average
That's what
type,
your
don't you
tramp
think?
stamp said. I don't.
And the bartender. You said a red-headed bartender at the Savoy Bar knows Kathy.
Yeah, she didn't have a tramp stamp.
The manager told me he never had a red-headed bartender.
Maybe it wasn't the right bar.
The Savoy?
Yeah, it's the place. No, it isn't. Look, I just don't remember very clearly.
George.
How long does this go on
Let's
for?
be
It's
honest
like
with each
6
other.
hours already.
Jesus Christ!
The girl doesn't
Is
exist,
he-
and neither does our red-headed friend. Now, isn't that right?
I can't wait for them to pull out the name of the city as
It wasn't a
gonorrhea.
woman, was it, George?
This actually is longer than the course of gonorrhea.
I'm not here to judge or to
I could have
criticize.
taken my entire
My only concern is for your health.
been done. I'm fine.
You've been infected with BD. I only want to help you get rid of it and help those
You mean
with
the
whom
Viet
you've
Cong?
had sexual
No,
contact.
VD. Oh.
Now, it doesn't matter to me whether
Valentine's
it was a
Day.
male or
You're
a female.
suffering from it.
My only interest is health. Do you believe me?
I suppose so.
I want you to. I want you to have complete confidence in me and in what I'm doing. Somebody has to act on the information you've given me. If it's phony, well, we all waste a lot of time and nobody is being helped in the meantime. Do you understand?
Well, you do work for the government.
Yes.
I understand perfectly.
Okay. Now, the only way to check the spread of the disease is to examine everyone who has had sexual relations with an infected person. If they're not treated, then they just keep on infecting others. How many contacts have you had recently?
None.
10 or 12, I think.
Can you remember their
Wow.
names?
Damn,
Well,
player.
I can remember most of the names.
Good.
My man.
High five.
That's all right.
Jesus.
Here
No, I'm
comes
gonna do the elbow tap. I ain't touching his hands. Hell no.
He's gonna need
Whatever.
more than one
Sure,
card.
it's easy to suggest to other people that they do this or that.
Do you have a
But let's
job?
say you are infected with a venereal disease. Chances are
he's
you will
Fred
not be
Garvin,
as
male
detached, cool, and collected as you may think. In the face of shame and involvement, duty will be your only guide. Duty to those who are fighting the disease, and duty to your partner in the sex act.
Oh, hell yeah.
And
Shameless
here,
sex. I'm
duty
down.
means naming
Primitive
sexual
and bold.
contacts.
Yeah.
Boom.
This one
Remember,
has Jane
a
Fonda on the
misguided
poster.
and false sense of
10
protection
plug.
can only ruin an else's life.
I hope you've
Where's
all
the-
learned a valuable lesson here.
Yeah, never watch PSAs at your on this channel.
Ignore
Son.
symptoms. That's what I learned.
I know I'm not
A
sleeping
movie
with
called
Mary.
The Head, followed by venereal disease.
Well, it's a theme. It's all about themes.
There's a lot of padding in that thing.
Well, I mean, there was a certain amount
You think?
of repetition.
Well, certainly.
Oh, man.
Tony,
Dave
you're
Filoni wrote that thing.
Jesus. No, there wasn't nearly enough pauses,
Oh yeah.
or ass shots.
and something actually
Or
happened.
arm folding.
True.
I mean,
Oh, yeah.
we didn't see what happened, but they clearly are talking about something that happened.
And we also knew who all the characters were, which is
Yes.
kind of important.
Yes.
I feel represented.
I'm not sure that last guy did know who all the characters were. I don't know. Her
I
name was just blonde. There was a redheaded bartender. By the way, you might want to get her checked too. How many have you had in the last, I don't know, 10 days? 10, 12 tops.
Yeah, like what else do you have time for in your fucking day? My God, man.
He's Fred
Dan,
Garvin,
you may
male
have a
prostitute.
problem.
I hope he's getting paid. God.
Get ready for the truss.
Yes, spend the night with Fred Garvin, male prostitute. And now a few seductive poses.
What was was it Bill Hader that played the male model on SNL at the art class? The male model dude that was like a homeless guy.
I
Who
think
was
I
that?
thought it was Will Ferrell.
Oh, it was Will Ferrell. Yeah, you're right.
Uh-huh.
That was good stuff.
No, I'm all about the classic SNL with Dan Aykroyd as Fred Garvin, male prostitute.
Yeah.
Garrett
Yeah.
Morris is his pimp.
The
my number one
Gasmatic
order.
76 for me.
Yeah, that was Margot Kidder, right? That was in that. She was the
Yeah.
one that, yeah.
Yeah, it was her.
Gonorrhea isn't funny, folks. If you got a drip, go to the clinic.
Yeah, the gonorrhea awakens.
The rise of gonorrhea.
I feel like that
STD
movie.
Wars. The gonorrhea strikes back.
Somehow gonorrhea returns.
Somehow gonorrhea returns.
Somehow gonorrhea returns.
I just cracked myself up.
I'm gonorrhea Skywalker.
So you're cured of gonorrhea, right? That's what people say.
Oh God. That's
Grab
what
that
Disney
Ahsoka.
Star Wars is like. It's just reoccurring.
Exactly. Yeah. Without the actual enjoyment of getting the disease. It's like
Right.
getting it from the toilet seat. Yeah.
Yeah. There's no payoff.
That's the thing I love about this is the number of people is like, no, I mean, I couldn't have had it. Bitch, where the hell do you think you got it from? It's just floating in the air and just landed on your coochie somehow?
Toilet seat.
Yeah, it's toilet seat. It's clearly toilet seat.
Absolutely. I was just sneaking a menthol in the fucking bathroom.
Listen, honey, I was in the sauna. I slipped and fell.
That's
I
right.
fell.
I was changing a
right
light bulb.
onto
I
some
fell off the
gonorrhea.
ladder, and
This
my
guy-
dick accidentally just slipped right into her vagina. I didn't even mean to do that. That's not my fault.
This guy was tying his shoes, and
Mhm.
I don't know why he's tying his shoes in the sauna. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
Like, why would you
come
do
on,
that?
Jesus
But
Christ!
I
didn't even-
accidentally
I
sat
was
down on a light
Game, and I
bulb,
just walked right into the back. I mean, what are you gonna do? It's clearly not my fault.
and the jelly jar just slipped right up there.
You know how I like to get oiled up after a good steam.
It was the old steam and shoot.
Mhm.
I learned it from the manster.
Yes, I went in the clam chowder bath. Yeah,
It must have been the clam chowder.
Oh shit!
motherfucking cold
God.
up in this clam chowder.
Why God?
It's like the opposite of NASA.
I'm sorry. I'm still laughing at all of Black Lives or Black Votes.
Why
Oh
gonorrhea?
my God.
Frankly, my dear, I couldn't give a clam.
Oh, bravo. Bravo.
I mean, clearly somebody did because you got gonorrhea.
All right,
She,
well,
there's a possibility she won't know nothing about birthing no babies.
Exactly.
With the
There's a
wind,
rib share.
gonorrhea with the wind. Never mind. Never.
And now we know why Tara was burning.
Down there.
Everywhere.
Qui-Gon says, I have a particular set of STDs. Black Lives, you're killing it. You're killing it.
That boy got talent.
It was a different time.
This, he's sitting by the urinal. I mean, shit, it burns up here, baby.
God damn, my urethra is burning.
The binds of love tie me to you, sir, but god damn does it burn when I urinate up in here.
All right, I want to keep the momentum going. So
Got laid that very night.
Barbara has actually seen this before, but I'm gonna bring this out as a surprise for her.
Oh,
Oh boy.
Gonorrhea?
Oh. Did you know you could get gonorrhea from trying on shoes?
Or if you're hard of hearing.
Or if you get fucking ears.
Cheerful helpers of handicapped children.
Well, yeah, the helpers are cheerful because they're not handicapped. Those are some names there.
This is super awkward.
How do you do?
May I help you?
I would like to look at some shoes.
Sit here, please.
Thank you.
Would you like to look at some shoes for your little girl?
Yes, please.
No.
What size does she wear?
I wear size 6. No, dear. I think you wear a 5.5.
Please let this
Well,
be the
let
X-ray
me
foot
measure.
examiner.
Oh, the fluoroscope.
Yes, that's right. She should wear size 5.5.
Told you, you little bitch.
What kind of shoes do you want?
I want white shoes. Are you sure
not a
you want
kind, that's a
white
color.
shoes, Barbara? Yes, Mother.
Bitch, did I stutter?
Look at some brown ones. Oh, no, I don't like brown. Mary has
Racist.
white shoes. I want shoes like hers.
Is it Labor Day, motherfucker?
Well, I will get some white shoes and some brown shoes. Then you can try both pairs of shoes.
He is good at his job.
This is quality stuff. I love this.
Man, I think my first grade reader had more stimulating dialogue than this.
You see this?
Mother.
See this?
I like
I mean, I
these
saw
shoes,
Pug
Mother.
run. Pug ran
These are
fast.
sandals, Barbara. You can't wear sandals to school. Why, Mother?
She looks like one of
Well,
the
don't
ladies
you
in
see
the
they don't
Gary
cover
Larson
your-
cartoon picture.
Yeah, well, especially
Yeah.
with the cat's eye glasses.
Good.
She just needs
They're
a beehive.
open all around.
She also hates her daughter.
Oh yeah.
They have a low
So do
flat
I.
heel. They have straps, don't you see?
May I try them
Like the
on,
kind I'm
Mother?
going to beat your ass
Oh,
with if
no.
you don't get the
They are
fucking
for a
shoes I
bigger
told you
girl
to get.
than you. They're not your size.
All patent leather.
I'm sorry, I don't have white shoes in size 5.5, but we have brown shoes and these black shoes. Would you like to try these?
I want white shoes, Mother.
I don't want colored shoes.
That's what I said.
Let's
She's
try
racist.
these and
Shoes
see
of
how
color,
they fit.
please.
There. Stand up and see how it feels.
It doesn't feel good, Mother.
Walk
It
around and
feels
see how it feels.
inferior to the white shoe.
Exactly.
They look nice.
Feels like some bullshit brown shoes up in here.
The subtext is strong in this.
Ouch.
It doesn't feel good.
And it
It
smells
hurts my
funny.
foot. Do you have sandals?
You can't wear sandals to school.
I can show you shoes with straps. She can wear these to school.
Thank you. May we see them?
And I can show you bras without straps. You can wear them back here.
We're not
You can
reading
wear
that
them
one
on
out
your
Plot
back.
Lives. We're not reading that
Are
one out
they
Plot Lives.
sandals, Mother?
No, dear. They are shoes. Wait, you will see them.
Ouch.
I
I
feel
have
it being
two
clipped
pairs.
already.
You're so lucky
Don't
we're
do
not
it.
monetized.
One pair with one
He
strap
just
and the
mistyped
other
that. He
pair with
meant
two
Nike.
straps.
Let me try the one with the one strap, Mother.
These are pretty shoes. And
Where's Al
Are these-
Bundy when you need him?
Are these disabled people actually acting this shit out?
The premise of this is that it's actually like a speech and hearing video, but out of context, it's just
Yeah, I
kind of
gathered that, but I'm
Yeah.
like, these
Yeah.
people, it's like,
Yeah,
they're good
it's
shoes
tough.
for school, too.
How much do they cost?
They cost $6.
Do these brown shoes cost $6?
No, they cost $4.99.
Because
How do they
they're
feel,
3/5
Barbara?
of a shoe.
It fits her foot well. See how well it fits her foot around the heel?
Do you like these shoes, Barbara?
no, they're not white.
Barbara, do you
I'm
like
bringing
these
this up
shoes?
at the next meeting. I mean, when we burn some crosses, this shit is coming up. I'll narc you out to everybody.
Oh, man. Like them, Barbara. Like them.
I don't know. They look funny, Mother.
They're not
What do you mean,
white.
dear?
I don't know. Just funny, Mother. Could I have some high heels, Mother?
Oh, no, dear. They are not for little girls.
I'm not a little girl, Mother. I'm 9 years old.
I've already got my first STD.
Oh, hello, Mary.
Also, they're not for big girls. Big girls
Hello,
break them heels
Barbara.
right off.
Are you getting some new shoes? Yes. Mr. Baker, my mother asked me to bring these shoes back to you.
Thank you, Mary.
Go ahead and interrupt everything I'm doing right now.
Which pair of shoes did your mother keep for you?
We like the brown shoes because they are best for school.
And they can dance. They have rhythm.
Oh, then you're returning the white shoes.
Yes, here they are.
Thank you.
I'm too
You
big
see-
for the high
Are you
heels.
going to wear your new shoes?
You see, I tried
school
brown
tomorrow,
shoes
Barbara?
once, and
I'll never go back.
You'd never go back.
I desperately want to return these white shoes.
They're too small. They're too small.
Please
My
get them
BBS.
out of my house.
These are my BBS.
Yes, are you going to wear yours? I think so. See you at school tomorrow. Goodbye, Barbara. Goodbye,
Yes,
Mary.
I see.
Let me try on the brown shoes again, Mother.
Let's go
How do
round
they
in
feel,
circles.
They feel wonderful. Do they hurt your feet? Oh, no. I like these shoes. They're better for school.
Do you want to wear them home, Barbara?
Yes, Mother.
Are they $4.99?
Yes, $4.99 and 20 cents tax. That's $5.19.
$5 and 19 cents.
Thank you. Here are her old shoes.
Thank you.
Real money, folks.
Oh, Mother, I like these brown shoes.
Goodbye.
Goodbye.
USC.
Misogyny and you.
That needed to end with her on a couch, a white couch with 5 massive black shoes behind it.
How dare you?
Sorry. Somebody had to.
Yes. How dare you say that before I could?
I hate that I find that funny.
I don't. I have no shame on that. No shame in my game.
Woo!
Oh my
Well,
Crying, I'm laughing so hard.
I love that
Lilac,
BBS
oh,
action.
it's great to have you.
Let's not do it again, shall we?
Awkward, but great.
This stream brought to you by the NAACP.
And Alberto.
And Alberto VO5.
And NASA.
Oh, God.
I think we also have a clam chowder sponsor as well.
Oh, my God.
Yeah. Yes.
Also, gonorrhea.
From
I felt, yeah. This podcast was brought to you by gonorrhea. I feel like both those movies were about how lousy these particular careers are, you know? Like
being a young girl. Yeah.
No. Trying to locate all the gonorrhea partners and having to have the same conversation over and over again.
There's
you
no
know,
money
like
in that.
Like you're just constantly explaining like over and over again. Like, well, you see, yes, but you're just a number. Okay. And then the shoe salesman, I mean, this guy, like, you know, this is like a scene from, you know, one of those Japanese films about hell, you know, where you keep going to the different levels and they're like, here, people are getting ground up into paste. And here, this guy is selling shoes to children.
This is Al Bundy's special hell.
Yeah. This is the Al Bundy level of hell.
Yeah.
Fantastic.
Oh my
Well,
God.
I actually have to cut it a little early tonight, unfortunately. So
Oh.
You whore.
yeah, I know. I
mean,
really
it's been a
like,
very arousing stream. I can understand why he needs to spend some personal time.
let's just say the humps aren't on my back anymore.
Well, if you gotta go, you gotta go.
Yeah. I mean, I saw that man holding a black shoe and a white shoe at the same time, and I was like, yeah, this is
It's like Michael
this
Jackson.
Is this
Doesn't
is
matter
the
if it's black or white.
This is the genre of shoe video that I like the best.
Well, despite your crippledness, your infirmitude, we have 6 hours on this stream before our free StreamYard membership expires.
Oh my God, we're fucked.
Yeah, no, we're not. I have a piles of shorts. So, Jethro, thank you for joining us as always, and we hope to have you every week.
I will. Yes, I will be delighted to come back next Friday. That sounds wonderful.
Well, we might allow that.
Yeah. All right. Well, this was great, everyone. Thank you
As
so
long
much.
as you list all of your sexual partners in the last week.
I'll have them written on a
I
card
hope
and
so.
a numerical value next to each of them.
Yeah, exactly.
Scorching urethras and all.
Yes.
God bless.
It's a lot of white shoes and black shoes, and there's
I
a
have a
lot of
dream.
shoes. A lot of shoes. All right. Good night, everyone.
All right. Thanks,
Good night,
Jeff.
Jethro. Bye.
Okay. Let's see what else fucking filth we can get up to here. Smilex, are you doing okay? I know it's
I'm
a
okay,
crazy
man.
hour for you.
I'm good.
All right. What else have we got? I cut like 15 shorts today, so
Oh my god.
yeah, I did it. Homosexuals, Blatz beer. Let's see.
Are you
So
looking at my
many
search
choices.
history?
I thought he was trying to go through the panel and reintroduce us.
We've already done exploding whales, VD, and new shoes. My God.
New shoes. I can't wait.
I'm going to save the story of menstruation for another episode because we got a theme.
Yeah, you should say that for October.
I don't know what that means, but
Halloween.
Menstruation, Halloween. What?
I mean, it's bloody. If it's going to be a slasher flick, you need to save it for the Halloween stream.
Look, this is here's a classic. Maybe somebody hasn't seen it. I don't know.
Turn camera.
Marked.
102, take
Ernest and Gidio Gallo.
Oh, yeah.
With overlap, action please. Action awesome, please.
Just do anything?
No, it's sorry, cut. Yeah, rolling. 102, take 2.
Ah, the French champagne has always been celebrated for its.
I don't think we need to open that bottle. I think it's already been opened.
It never gets old. I love this so much.
Excellence. There is a California champagne by Paul Masson, inspired by that same French excellence. It's fermented in the bottle, and like the best French champagne,
Why is he
it's
suddenly become
vintage
Irish?
dated. So Paul Masson.
He doesn't know what country he's in.
It's fermented in the bottle.
Fucking idea.
And these poor actors, they're just like,
Yeah, the supporting actors are the best. If you stare at this guy trying to like pretend to open the champagne, like he's great.
102, take 3. Action please.
Ah, champagne has always been celebrated for its excellence. There is a California champagne by Paul Masson, inspired by that same French excellence. It's fermented in the bottle, and like the best French champagne, it's vintage dated. So Paul Masson.
Peas grow there.
I love the beginning of that where he's doing the it's a and then he suddenly falls back into Irish somehow.
Oh, say anything?
Yes.
Turn camera.
Marked.
102, take 1. With overlap, action please.
Where am I?
Rosebud.
Bitch, I never liked you.
Just do anything?
No, sorry, cut. Yeah,
What?
rolling. 102, take 2.
Champagne.
They look at the Irish
It's always
thing.
been celebrated for its excellence. There is a California champagne by Paul Masson, inspired by that same French excellence. It's fermented in the bottle, and like the best French champagne, it's vintage dated. So, Paul Masson.
102, take 3. Action, please.
Ah, the French champagne has always been celebrated for its excellence. There is a California champagne by Paul Masson.
This fucking champagne is just
inspired by that same French excellence. It's fermented in the bottle, and like the best French champagne, it's vintage dated. So Paul Masson.
Wow.
Oh, that never gets old.
Citizen Kane
Ever.
is so overrated.
Oh my God.
I love it so much.
Have you ever heard the Barry White clip when he's trying to record some radio bump for something and he keeps misreading it and in the way that only Barry White can, he loses his shit and starts cursing and it still sounds smooth as motherfucker?
No, but I'd love to hear that.
This is Barry White calling from the shit. This motherfucker. God damn. What? Okay. This
Okay.
is Barry White. He'd
All
like
time while I look for
yeah.
that. Hang
Oh
on.
my God.
They should have got Darth Kipling to do that advert.
Stick his other hand for killing me parts.
I like to keep things clean and tidy.
Yes, summer stopping.
I was waiting for him to say they're after me Lucky Charms. Oh my God, that was terrible. Yeah, that had to have been like working with Brando on Apocalypse Now, where you don't know what the fuck he's saying. He's just off his gourd the entire. Just run the film. Just run. We'll fix it in post somehow. Yeah, Orson was notoriously drunk all the time in like the last 15 20 years of his career.
Not just drunk, but like absolutely out of it, like just parallel universe.
Mm-hmm.
What was that Barry White doing? What was the commercial?
It's Barry White doing a radio bumper and he keeps making mistakes.
All right, I'm looking for it. Da, da, da. Barry White radio outtakes.
Yeah, it's probably Barry White radio spot outtakes.
Barry White radio spot. Barry White has trouble reading. Hang
on. Okay.
Oh, yeah, this is it. Hang on. Found it. Feel free to keep vamping.
I went and fixed a drink. I have no idea what's happening.
Oh my
And
God.
we're going to dig up some Barry White bullshit.
I need to get a drink.
Go ahead.
Spikes, it's all on you.
All right. So a couple of weeks ago, we were talking about blackpeopleloveus.com, which was a website I don't think I've thought about in the last 20 years. It made me start thinking about other websites that have just been forgotten. And there was one that a friend of mine brought up when I was at work a long time ago. It was called meetaninmate.com, which is an American website, as you'd expect. And because you've got a lot of inmates.
Meet as in MEE or MEA?
Yeah. MEET, as in a dating site, but for people who really don't want the commitment. Because you know exactly where they are at night and you can have your nights free. So meetaninmate.com. It exists. I checked this week just to see if it's still there, and it really is. And you can sort of narrow your search down. Sadly, it doesn't really tell you what they're in for, but you can get an idea by just the length of time they've served already. and that dead look in the eye. But I found it to be an incredible place. I spent a lot of my lunch times just perusing violent psychopaths and checking out which ones I would do. Sadly, this was before Brown, so of course I wasn't putting ones in the chat, but I would now.
Well, I'm a big fan of inmates. I mean,
Yeah.
I feel like maybe there's some prejudice against them.
Absolutely, and most of them are probably innocent anyway.
Well, that's fair. Definitely in America. I can't say for the UK, but
Hey, Smilex, did you ever use the Shizzolator?
I don't think I did. No, what is that?
I've used that.
Okay, so the Shizzolator was a website like circa 97, 98, where you put in the URL of the page you wanted to shizzolate, and it would change the text to be like Snoop Dogg.
Snoop Dogg.
Yeah.
Do you know? Now you mention it, it rings a bell.
Yeah, I had so we have amongst many of my friends have bemoaned the loss of the Shizzolator for a good long time, and a buddy of mine, the first thing he did when he set up a llama instance LLM is to recreate the Shizzolator via modern AI, and it gave some pretty impressive results, especially because it has to go through all of the bullshit, CSS and JavaScript stuff now. But he's like, the Shizzolator lives, and yes, the outputs were convincing.
Yeah, this was back in the day when I was probably on Ain't It Cool News more than I needed to be. Yeah. Back when Harry Knowles was still a name you could say without being embarrassed.
Oh God, Harry Knowles. Fuck.
Or when back in the day when Maddox was funny.
Yeah.
I remember the first time I saw his best damn web pages in the universe, and when he's grading children's art. That is hilarious. I think his site's still up.
And Badger still exists as well. I think somebody was asking about that a
Jeff
couple
was
weeks ago.
talking about that. I have no idea what that is, but
badger.com. That's what you need to type in right now.
Yeah,
it's about 30 seconds, but it will last 4 hours if you just keep it on repeat.
No, I'm doing Barry White right now.
Also, it's like the hamster
dance. The hamster dance will stay in your head forever.
I think I did watch Badger for a good solid half hour once. I do think it was a little bit of an obsession for me. The guy that did that was he went on to do adverts and things in the UK. I think his website was called Weeble.com, WEBL.
Yeah.
Something like that. And he had a lot of other little mini cartoon musical pieces. I think Magical Trevor was one of them, which I do remember being particularly good. But yeah, Badger is a classic.
I presume you saw the old G.I. Joe PSAs.
Yeah, those are great. I think those are still around, aren't they? You can still find those on YouTube. I think
they're on YouTube. Yeah, but the story behind them it's really interesting. But the one that so it was I think the guy lived in Jersey, and him and his friends just started putting these things together as jokes, and they recorded them on VHS and would pass them around to friends, and it got popular enough in the neighborhood that he paid a ISP to set up a web page, and you could download the videos, but very quickly that got stupidly expensive for him because it started blowing up everywhere. So he ended up taking him down, but because all of those other people had downloaded it, it was on YouTube like 2007. And the guy who made it, I'm trying to remember what. So he's actually like a famous now. I can't remember if it's animation or art direction. Let me see. Oh no, sorry, it was Chicago, and it's Eric Fensler who made it. Let's see. Damn it. Okay, so now I got to look this guy up because I'm trying to remember. He's actually so like most of his coworkers have no idea who he is and you know how he's known. He did the Tim and Eric Awesome Show.
Oh, I recognize that.
Yeah. And so he was.
Hi, this is Barry White. Please join me on Friday, Saturday,
Here we
and
go.
Sunday, May 8th, 9th, and 10th for the first fucking thing. I'm cutting a fucking spot, Tony. Jesus. Hi, this is Barry White, and Paul Quinn College cordially invite you to a weekend in Texas on Friday, Saturday, one more time. Saturday and Sunday. Shit. Hi, this is Barry White, and Paul Quinn College cordially invites you to a weekend in Texas on Friday, Saturday, and Sunday, May 8th, 9th, and 10th. As the shit. Hi, this is Barry White, and Paul Quinn College cordially invites you to a weekend in Waco, Texas, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday, May 8th, 9th, and 10th. This gala weekend will include the welcoming of celebrities, reception on Friday, the first, second, and third rounds of tennis tournament. The first, second, and third rounds. Hi, this is Barry White, and Paul Quinn College cordially invites you to a weekend in Waco, Texas. Welcoming celebrities, some reception on Friday. Let's take it after the 8th, 9th, and 10th. Okay? Do it over, fuck it. Hi, this is Barry White, and Paul Quinn College cordially invites you to a beautiful weekend in Waco, Texas on Friday. This asshole fuck these words up, man. Words we don't even need. Hi, this is Barry White, and Paul Quinn College cordially invites you to a beautiful weekend in Waco, Texas, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday, May 8th, 9th, and 10th. This gala weekend will include the welcoming celebrity reception on Friday, the first, second, and third rounds of the tennis tournament, the Barry White concert with the Love Unlimited Orchestra, of course, and the post-concert reception on Saturday, and a championship semi-finals. Fuck this shit, man. I'm gonna cut this shit off. All right, fuck this. I'm gonna take it up to
I could do this all night long.
Love Unlimited Orchestra. That's where I'm gonna stop at. So get your tickets now.
Bitch.
Hi, this is Barry White, and Paul Quinn College in cordially invite your ass to come on down. Hi, this is Barry White, and Paul Quinn College cordially invites you to a beautiful weekend on Friday, Saturday. Ain't this a bitch?
Listen, motherfucker. Get your ass on down.
This asshole fucked up the words.
Wow, that was good stuff.
Oh my god!
I just love how Barry White. This is Barry White, and fuck this shit. That's all right. This is Barry White. Right back to the chocolate whale of love.
Have you all heard the Casey Kasem loses it thing?
Oh yeah.
I don't think so.
Oh,
God.
All right, it's coming. Hang
Oh,
on.
bring it on.
Vet for me.
Oh, it is classic.
Oh, it's really good. A goddamn dead dog transition. What? Who wrote this? Oh, oh my god! All right, cover for me. I'm downloading.
You know, I have to. So you have to like classic 70s, you know, bass black men. Barry White, Don Cornelius.
Party to my clock radio love.
I would kill to hear Don Cornelius lose it. That would be some funny shit.
That would be good.
Because Don Cornelius was just the smoothest motherfucker ever. You on the Soul Train. Don Cornelius ain't fucking around.
And he was cool. Like nothing threw him. That was the thing. Yeah.
No, a man was totally chill, but I would kill to hear Don Cornelius lose his shit like Barry White does trying to read that.
Every Saturday when I was growing up, right after like all of the morning cartoons were done, it was American Bandstand with Dick Clark, followed up immediately with Soul Train.
Yeah,
by-
the
with
Soul
Don-
Train.
And it was like 2:00 on a Sunday or a Saturday afternoon, and you'd get Don Cornelius and Soul Train.
Yeah.
It was the weirdest time frame.
I think when I was growing up, he came on at noon.
It was always like 11 o'clock after all the Saturday morning cartoons.
Yeah. All the Saturday morning cartoons finished up, and then the Soul Train.
Oh God, it's so good.
Obviously I'm from the UK, so Soul Train is completely lost on me. But I do know what it is. I think it was like a.
It was like the Black American
R&B.
bands.
Yeah,
R&B.
Yeah.
So
It was-
really,
yeah, it
it
was-
should have been on at a time. You'd think it would be appropriate to put it on sort of 10 p.m., 11 p.m. when you're sort
Right.
of falling out of bars. And
early morning.
No,
Yeah.
it was American
Mid-afternoon on a
Bandstand with
Saturday.
whatever pop bullshit was being turned
Afro
up.
top of the pops.
And then Don Cornelius coming on. Yeah, you get the Gap Band and
Long
all
distance
kinds.
dedication. And this one is about kids and pets and a situation that we can all understand, whether we have kids or pets or neither. It's from a man in Cincinnati, Ohio. And here's what he writes. Dear Casey, this may seem to be a strange dedication request, but I'm quite sincere, and it'll mean a lot if you play it. Recently, there was a death in our family. He was a little dog named Snuggles, but he was most certainly a part of... Let's go start again. From coming out of the record. Play the record, okay? Please. See, when you come out of those up-tempo goddamn numbers, man, it's impossible to make those transitions. And then you got to go into somebody dying. They do this to me all the time. I don't know what the hell they do it for, but goddamn it, if we can't come out of a slow record, I don't understand it. Is Don on the phone? Okay, I want a goddamn concerted effort to come out of a record that isn't a fucking up-tempo record every time.
Get Don on the phone.
Time I do a goddamn death dedication. Now, make it, and I also want to know what happened to the pictures I was supposed to see this week. This is last goddamn time I want somebody to use his fucking brain to not come out of a goddamn record that is that's up tempo, and I got to talk about a fucking dog dying.
And who said celebrities don't have relatable problems, eh? We've all been there.
They're just like us.
Exactly.
He's like me in real life.
I'm not telling somebody who's been sacked to this. Come on. Don't give me this Kylie Minogue crap.
That was Tony Basil with Mickey, and now a long distance dedication. My dog died. Shit.
Fucking dog dying.
I gotta come out of an upbeat fucking record with death.
Is Don on the line?
I want to know what the hell pictures he's worried about.
Is he worried about the dead dog pictures?
I don't know. He's like, anybody, where's my fucking pictures? Does anybody have a fucking brain around here? I need my goddamn pictures. I was waiting for him to go full Bill O'Reilly. Fuck it, we'll do it live. We'll do it live.
We'll do it live.
You should clip that into episodes of Battle of the Planets, Seven's Arc 7.
Yes. Oh my god. Skylex, Battle of the Planets.
Oh yeah.
Awesome. I grew up on that crap.
Seven's Arc 7.
One Rover One.
I had a buddy that was so he was Russian. He immigrated from Russia in the 70s, and well, I think he went to France first, and then he ended up in La Jolla, California, and he absolutely hated the retarded American version
because it's shit.
Well, because Seven's Arc 7 is added only for the American thing.
That's right. Yeah.
Well,
and
because
he was like, that fucker, that
reason
7-Zark-7, he would lose his shit.
The reason was that they cut out all of the adult jokes because, like, Keop, I can't remember what his name is in the Japanese version, but is always making filthy jokes about Princess. There's like crazy violence and sexual jokes and stuff. And that's what Sandy Frank, God bless him, were known for, was covering up all the interesting
originals.
parts. Yeah.
Well, the other thing is, so that was the beginning of noise about how children's programming had to be educational in some way. It's the same reason that G.I. Joe has the PSAs, because otherwise it's just a giant toy commercial and it's crazy and all this stuff. And the reason they have the PSAs is at the end, it was to meet the broadcast standards for children's broadcasting at the time.
Same with He-Man, right? I mean, it's exactly the same at the end of every episode. Skeletor giving us a little road safety information.
Jokes on you, I'm into that shit. Robot Chicken killed that. Like, absolutely killed that. That was.
I always remember the Anim GIF that has He-Man laughing and then spunking all over kids. As it switched back and forth, and he just leaned back laughing again, and then you just see splurts on kids and shit.
The theme tune to the Japanese version of Battle of the Planets, Gatchaman, is incredibly catchy. That's another earworm that just stays with you. Both the intro and the outro music is just fantastic.
Yeah,
it's so much better than the US version. But I don't hate 7-Zark-7. He's okay. He's got a place.
I kind of do hate him, to be honest. I kind of do. It's just that American handicap that we get from.
Oh no, I hate the idea that why he's there. I mean,
nothing. Well, I think
it's
there's certain
just the exposition dumps and to hide, the 20-minute cut out of every episode.
Yeah. The thing. So there's certain things about like 70s cartoons and early 80s cartoons that even as a kid I was like, fuck this shit, right? Gleek the Space Monkey can blow me. Didn't like the Wonder Twins anyway, but I damn sure didn't like Gleek the Space Monkey.
He was no new schmoo, was he?
Oh yeah. Or Rubik. Oh my god,
Rubik.
Jesus,
it's like the alien in the Flintstones.
Yeah. Kazoo.
Trash. Yeah, Kazoo.
The great.
It's more important than the simple act of people getting together.
Good. We know a remote farm in Lincolnshire where Mrs. Buckley lives. Every July, peas grow there. Do you really mean that?
Yeah, so in other words, I'd start half a second late.
Don't you think you really want to say July over the snow? Isn't that the fun of it?
If you can make it almost when that shot disappears, it'll make my...
I think it's so nice that you see a snow-covered field and say every July peas grow there. We know a remote farm in Lincolnshire where Mrs. Buckley lives. Every July, peas grow there. We aren't even in the fields, you see.
Yeah, we aren't.
We're talking about them growing, and she's picked them.
Yeah.
On what?
In July.
I don't understand you, then. What must be over for July?
When we get out of that snowy field.
When I was out, we were onto a can of peas, a big dish of peas when I said in July.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yes, always. I'm always past that.
You are?
Yes. Well, that's about where I say in July.
Could you emphasize a bit in July?
Why? That doesn't make any sense. Sorry. There's no known way of saying an English sentence in which you begin a sentence with in and emphasize it. Get me a jury and show me how you can say in July, and I'll go down on you.
Go back to the head, everybody.
You'll forgive me if I say so. That's just stupid. In July. I'd love to know how you emphasize in July. Impossible. Meaningless.
I think all they were thinking about was that they didn't want to...
He isn't thinking.
Wilson, can we just do one last...
Yeah?
And it was my fault. I said in July. If you can leave every July...
You didn't say it. He said it.
It's every July.
Your friend. Every July?
So after this show...
No, you don't really mean every July. But that's bad copy. It's in July. Of course it's every July. There's too much directing around here.
Jesus. What is a gonk? Do you mind telling me what that is?
No, a bang from outside.
A bang from outside.
Norway. Fish fingers, Findus, Norway. We know a certain fjord in Norway, near where the cod gather in great shoals. There, Jan Stangeland. Shit.
Fraction more on that shoals thing, because you rolled it around very nicely.
Yeah, roll it around and I have no more time. You don't know what I'm up against. Because it's full of things that are only correct.
I'm a busy man.
Because they're grammatical, but they're tough on the ear. You see, this is a very wearying one. It's unpleasant to read. Unrewarding.
Except for the paycheck, also.
At sea, and then add a crumb crisp coating. Ah, that's tough, crumb crisp coating. I think, no, because of the way it's written, you need to break it up, because it's not as conversationally written. What?
Take crumb out.
Take crumb out. Good. Here under protest is beef burgers. We know a little place in the American far west where Charlie Briggs chops up the finest prairie-fed beef and tastes. This is a lot of shit, you know that. You want one more? More on what, beef?
You missed the first beef, actually, completely.
What do you mean, missed it?
You're emphasizing prairie fed.
But you can't emphasize beef. That's like he's wanting me to emphasize in before July. Come on, fellas, you're losing your heads. I wouldn't direct any living actor like this in Shakespeare before you do this. It's impossible.
Orson, you did 6 last year, and by far and away the best, and I know the reason.
The right reading for this is the one I'm giving it.
At the moment.
I spent 20 times more for you people than any other commercial I've ever made. You are such pests. Now, what is it you want?
No, I think
in your depths of your ignorance, what is it you want? Whatever it is you want, I can't deliver because I just don't see it.
That was absolutely fine. It really was.
It isn't worth it. No money is worth
it. No reward is worth this.
Absolutely. I know what I'm getting on a t-shirt. It's going to be, you can't emphasize beef. I think that's what I'm taking away from this.
And in.
And in. Absolutely. I think you made some good points.
Yes, as a Mexican. Good stuff. My God.
Oh God, we were talking about Battle of the Planets. My
yes.
buddy Oleg.
Let's talk more about that.
Well, so this is utterly tangential, other than my buddy Oleg, who hated Zark 7.
I hate him. I hate him.
It's understandable. Well, so Oleg, so he's Russian immigrant. He's also Jewish. So he had a bit of a problem with authority because fuck the Soviets, and they didn't exactly treat Jews well in the Soviet Union anyway. He then went on to get a law degree, and he was, at the time, he went to law school in San Francisco, and I was living in Santa Clara. And he came down, he had rented a Ranger pickup and was moving some stuff or whatever. So he came down to pick me up, and we get pulled over by Highway Patrol. And I can already tell Oleg's not enthused with this. And the guy gets out, and it's pretty clear that this Highway Patrol is normally a motorcycle cop, but is stuck driving a patrol car, because he has his jack boots and the mirrored glasses and all that stuff. I mean, he looks like Paunch from Chips, and he comes walking up, and he starts asking Oleg, "Is this your car?" "No, it's a rental." How long have you lived in California? 15, 20 years. Asked him like 5, and Oleg is getting shorter and shorter with his answers, and I'm like, this is about to get interesting. And the guy finally says, "Do you know why I pulled you over?" And Oleg says, "I don't know. You thought I had donuts in the car?" Playtime was over. That was the end of any interrogation. And so he walks away, and I was like, "Dude, when the batons come out, the parade begins. We're going to cool it or whatever." It's like, and you're going to get a ticket. I get a ticket anyway. I earn it. And he was happy with it. Yep, I earned it, because he got to tell that fucking cop, "I don't know. You thought I had donuts in the car. That's the reason that they pulled him over."
Jesus.
It was like, "Oleg, the good thing is I can outrun you."
All right.
Well, he did earn it.
Oh, yeah. I was like, yeah, pay that one with pride. Hell yeah. We were riding motorcycles coming back from San Francisco, and this pickup cut us off, right? Nearly ran Oleg off the road. And so the guy, he's doing the typical cross 3 lanes without a signal and go right for the exit. So Oleg follows him down, and I'm like, "Oh my Lord, okay, I need to back Oleg up," because Oleg's only about 5'10" and $150. And so we get down to the bottom, and he runs his bike right up next to the driver's door, stands up, reaches in, and grabs the guy's keys and chucks them into the ditch, and then gets on his bike and starts to roll forward, and the guy gets out. And Oleg stops and turns around, and he says, "Get in your fucking car, or I'll kick your ass, and I'll fuck your girlfriend too." And the guy is like, "What the fuck?" And turns and looks at me, and I'm like, "Dude, you might want to do it. I don't. If it starts swinging, I know I can bust your ass. So the girlfriend part, I'm not having a part of, but I know that you're going down or whatever." But Oleg was fuck it, took his keys, chucked it, and then that was it. We rode off. I didn't ask a lot of questions about why that happened.
I did a tattoo convention like that in Daytona Beach. And actually, it wound up like that. They
Oh yeah, during Bike Week.
Yeah, they took the promoter and shoved him up against his RV and made him empty his pockets, threw his keys in the ditch, and fucking took all his cash.
Yeah.
It was a disaster. Been there, done that.
We were in Sturgis, my wife and I. My wife, so she has the stunning inability to hide her curiosity, and doesn't realize that sound travels sometimes. So the first time that I was like, and I told her, I was like, if you do your normal rubbernecking, staring at people, and they get up, I'm leaving you to whatever fate that's due to you, because we were going to the Culinary Institute in San Francisco, and we were in the Tenderloin. Yeah, we're in the Tenderloin. I was like, "This is Junkies and Pimps and Whores, oh my." So do not, be looking at people and staring, because they're heroin addicts. They're crazy. You don't know what the hell is going to happen. Luckily, she generally kept her eyes down. But when we were in Sturgis, my brother and I, we were talking about like the different bars, and how there's only a couple of bars during the rally in Sturgis where they'll allow you in if you're wearing colors, right? And so we happened, and my wife, of course, asking for what, and that's when I was like, "There's a lot of angels around, and I was like, you don't want to get into it, so it's best to just leave it. Let's stay the hell away from them. Find a bar where it's not a problem and all this stuff." So we're walking, and in front of me is 2 Hell's Angels, and as they cross the street to go to the Angels bar that we're walking by, my wife says to me, but in a voice loud enough that others could hear, "He doesn't look so big. You could probably take him."
Oh, good news.
And I say, "Dear, it's not one you have to worry about. It's all of the fucking angels that you have
to
do."
The 300. Yeah.
Yes. And I was like, "And you'll be walking alone, because I am now going to try and I'm going to try and make it look like you were talking to my brother, who's much smaller than me, and he's not going to take anybody, but I'll let him take the ass whooping. That's fine. Just Stop.
Yeah, no, it's Homer and the Hedge time.
Yeah.
All right.
Except again, I'm 6'5", at that time about 230. It's hard for me to disappear in a crowd.
Well, you look like a challenge at that point. I mean, I was 6 feet before my spine collapsed, and yeah, people would want to step up like, oh man.
Oh yeah, every bar that I go to, the Banny Rooster, the little man's disease comes out to play, and I'm like, oh god, here we go. Just look, little tiny man, go sit back down. You'll be fine. You don't want any of this.
All right. Well, we're rolling pretty well with the shorts, so here we go. More dangerous than dynamite. I'm sorry that Jethro isn't here to enjoy this because I know he's seen it before.
Is this about beached whales?
No, this is about washing your clothes in gasoline and getting caught on fire.
Oh. This is like Rex Kramer's home videos.
Danger Seeker.
This was a real thing that people worry about, washing their clothes in gasoline.
I mean, I've certainly washed shop rags in gasoline.
Every year, thousands of persons are killed and millions of dollars in damage is done through pure carelessness in the home. Here are some of the commonest causes of fires and accidents. Yes, many of us do this on
Taking
chilly
a
mornings,
shit on the furnace.
but jumping out of an airplane is safer. Another thing, always shut the gas off at the pipe valve, too. Gas hose and hose connections often
Warming
leak.
your bum.
Permanent connections are better. You heard of the ostrich burying its head in the sand so it can't see danger. Fuse plugs are the safety valves of your electrical system. To place pennies behind them is to remove that safety factor. Fire is the certain result. Keep lamp cords in plain sight. Then you can see when they're worn out.
Kick
Yes,
him
it
under the
still
rug.
occurs in some of our best families, and it's nearly always fatal. This is often as sure and as effective as the electric chair. Burn rubbish in an approved incinerator. Combustible dust mixed with air is highly explosive. Wrapped in paper, it can be burned safely. Have you one of these in your home? Open paint buckets,
I don't even know what one of
oil-soaked
those
rags,
are.
just the dish for spontaneous combustion.
I think that's knob and tube wiring.
I mean, I have a knob and tube. That doesn't look like that. Looks like one of those rotating light switches or something.
There goes another whale.
Fucking space whales. Yeah, that's what I figured they were trying.
Yes, you can save $1 per item.
Most people know of
Try
the fire
cleaning
hazards
in
of
your home.
gasoline and other flammable fluids, but have not grasped the complete picture of the dangers involved. The woman using gasoline in her kitchen or elsewhere in the home with a false idea of economy does not fully realize the true high explosive character of a mixture of air and gasoline vapor. On the other hand, in dry cleaning establishments such as this, which have been licensed by the state, all work is under the supervision of men who are familiar with the properties of gasoline and experienced in fire prevention precautions. All garments to be cleaned are placed in one of these cylindrical metal washers.
Oh, belt driven. Adam.
Yeah.
The gasoline or solvent is stored many feet underground in fireproof tanks. When needed,
like an
just
Ahsoka
the right
pause,
amount,
isn't it? That's
cleaned
right, exactly.
and filtered, is pumped into the water.
No, there wasn't enough
The
cross-armed.
housewife, however, keeps her whole supply unprotected beside her. She is subject to distractions by other domestic duties during the time she is dry cleaning, and others, even her children, are exposed to this unnecessary peril.
Mommy, we like to huff the gas fumes.
It smells good.
Fire inspectors constantly check state-controlled dry cleaning plants to see that fire safeguards are in good working order. All machinery and metal parts are grounded to water pipes against vagrant currents and static electricity. Even interior metal parts are grounded with heavy copper wire. This fusible link melts at 160 degrees and closes the washer door. When this one melts, the weight drops, automatically opening a dump valve in the bottom of the washer. The solvent is instantly drained safely into the underground tanks, removing the danger. But what chance has the housewife without these safeguards? These overhead steam outlets are operated from an outside valve, filling the room with live steam to smother the fire. If an explosion occurs, these roof hatches open automatically to relieve the force. All lights are controlled by outside switches to avoid the danger from an electric arc. Electric lights are under vapor-proof globes. Fire extinguishers are plainly marked with the date of last filling. Again, the fusible link coupling is brought into use, this time to hold fireproof doors open against gravity. A pull on this valve releases steam into the washer room. But where are the steam valves here?
In her pants.
Yeah.
Heavy vapors are drawn to the roof by an air duct. However, fire shuts this draft off. Here, fresh air is admitted to help carry off the vapors. Asbestos blankets placed outside each building provide protection for the workers. In this dry tumbler, suction fans withdraw the solvent vapors and expel them safely. Should the improbable happen, despite these precautions, the explosion would only force the hatches open against the valve lever, and presto, the tumbler is flooded with fire-smothering steam. But still no protecting steam for the housewife.
Nope.
Fires
It's not
are
even time for
extremely rare
tea.
in state-supervised cleaning plants. However, should one occur, here's how these safeguards work. All doors close automatically.
All employees incinerate.
That's right. Beat it with a blanket.
Live steam, deadliest foe of
It's
fire.
an asbestos blanket.
And hot steam, that'll make you feel better.
Now you have two bombs.
God.
What's going to happen next?
Surrounded by dangers.
This
The room
soundtrack is
slowly
banging.
filling with flammable vapor, which even a tiny spark will explode. Fire on the stove. Flames under the water heater. Even if she does her cleaning outdoors, there is still the
Burning
greatest
when you
danger of all.
urinate.
The
Smoke on the water.
invisible menace of static electricity.
Oh!
Don't run. That fan's ablaze.
CG is shit.
That's it. Wrap her up. Wait, not over her head. She'll inhale the flames. Another run for the fire department. Each year answering thousands of such calls. Every day, ambulances pick up victims of gasoline fires. What grim message
pride,
awaits
idiot.
behind the panels of this silent door? Even doctors, all too familiar with pain and suffering, are touched by the needlessness of such a scene as this.
It's clawed the brains.
At least she has a smile on her face.
But what of the other victims of this useless tragedy? The anxious father, the bewildered children, motherless perhaps.
This would never have happened if you'd let me buy the white
No,
shoes, Mother.
fortunately, not in this case. But their pretty mother, withered and
I mean,
scarred
the doctor
for life.
smells funny.
This be a lesson to you, children. Maybe not wash your clothes in gasoline.
It's
Safety
okay,
third,
Mads. You're
everybody.
still the best looking girl in the burn unit.
Yeah, I'll tell you how I
This
got
was
these
a
scars.
thing.
Yeah. Why so serious?
This like people used to do this, and they had to be warned about it.
Yeah.
Safety third.
Well, I mean, given the age of the automobiles and stuff, gasoline isn't one. It was fairly recent thing that was introduced to them. I mean, those cars were 20s.
It's baffling.
Yeah, I mean, well, gasoline wasn't the same gasoline now, but my parents, when I was a kid, had a dry cleaning shop, and
Oh, that's right.
the smell is so distinctive.
Yeah.
It's just incredible.
Yeah, and
And-
also the solvents that they used to
Mhm.
use are no longer allowed.
No, perk is not a thing anymore.
No.
Yeah, it's the smell is just such a unique smell. It's like being in a dentist's office. You automatically know where you and there was no smoking signs like posted all around like the front lobby part of the where the cash register and everything was. But my dad would be in the back pressing pants with a cigarette in his mouth all the time. My mom, same. So
Oh, yeah.
yeah, safety third.
Yep.
Good times.
Perk wasn't nearly as bad as the early solvents they were using. I mean, the
Oh,
early
no.
solvents really were like essentially gasoline.
Yeah,
They were
they were pretty much just gas.
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah.
This is Martinizing.
1 hour
Still don't know
Martinizing.
what that means.
1 hour Martinizing.
And we advertise it. I still don't know what it means.
It's a process. It was a franchised cleaning process.
Yeah, but I mean,
What the fuck is involved in Martinizing? I don't know.
I
I don't
have no
own dry
idea.
cleaners. And I have
Vulcanizing.
gasoline, so I don't need it. I'm fine. I know what you're talking about. It's I just rinse
also,
everything in gasoline and call it a day.
also, when I was a kid, I loved the smell of it.
I still love the smell of gasoline. I can't lie.
It was weird, but my dad's Zippo lighter,
Yeah.
the butane. Oh my
Yeah.
god. It's a miracle I turned out like as
Well,
semi normal as I am.
Zippo was naphtha.
But I mean, I spent half my childhood high, probably just sniffing my dad's lighter.
Drugs is everywhere.
I gotta say, I loved the CGI in the middle of that.
It was impressive.
She
The
evaded.
volume
She
was a
evaded.
miracle.
She evaded. Sadly, I did not see red because it was in black and white.
Yeah.
They shot this in Inglewood. Shouldn't the title be reversed? The 59 Impala.
I'm Lieutenant Williams, a police officer attached to the Juvenile Division. I'm on my way to Monroe Junior High School to talk to a group of young people. That looks innocent enough, doesn't it? Lots of young people hitchhike. Seems like a good way to get from one place to another. But sometimes there are dangers involved that never meet the eye. Let's take the case of Jimmy Barnes. Jimmy played baseball all afternoon, and he didn't feel like walking home, so he decided to thumb a ride. He'd done it 100 times before, and he didn't think anything was unusual when the driver struck up a friendly conversation. In fact, he seemed like a real nice guy. He asked Jimmy if he played baseball in the park often. Jimmy told him they practiced 3 times a week and played a rival group on Friday afternoon. The stranger was a good listener, too, and it only seemed minutes before they pulled up in front of Jimmy's house.
Jimmy's going to learn a new word today. It's called sodomy.
When Jimmy got out, the stranger gave him a friendly pat.
This is how I met Jay.
Then he told him he'd see him again,
You were asking
as he
for it,
always
playing
drove by
baseball
the
in the
park on
park.
his way home.
3 times a week. I definitely was asking.
Sure enough, the following day, when Jimmy finished playing ball, well, the man was there waiting.
Jimmy, do you like gladiator movies?
They stopped at a drive-in, and the stranger treated him to a Coke. During their conversation, he told
He's
several
about to.
off-color jokes.
He's about to,
But Jimmy
yeah.
had heard others before, and, well, it made him feel big to so easily win the confidence of an older person.
That's very, very true about life.
The following Saturday, they went fishing together. By now, they were using first names. Ralph said it was more
He's already
friendly.
fishing. Believe you me.
Oh, yeah. Oh, he's got one on the line.
Say my first name.
Jimmy hadn't enjoyed himself so much in a long time. Then during lunch, Ralph showed him some pornographic pictures. Jimmy knew he shouldn't be interested, but, well, he was curious. What Jimmy didn't know was that Ralph was sick, a sickness that was not visible like smallpox, but no less dangerous and contagious, a sickness of the mind.
Homosexuality? Is it
Yes.
homosexuality?
Is that John Waters?
John Waters.
I mean, the
It might as
detective
well
is
be.
calling it right. Yeah, he is, yeah.
See, Ralph was a homosexual, a person who demands an intimate relationship with members of their own sex.
Definitely not.
But by now, Jimmy felt a fondness for Ralph, and they continued to go places together. Ralph was generous and took Jimmy many interesting places and did many nice things for him.
It's booming.
He
That's
bought
not the only
presents
thing that's
and
going to go in
even
the
gave
hole
him money.
tonight.
But payments were expected in return. You see, Jimmy hadn't recognized Ralph's approach soon enough. When Ralph first asked Jimmy to go fishing alone, he should have discussed it with his parents or teacher.
Is this being narrated by Rod Serling?
Finally, Jimmy told his parents,
It
and they
does kind of
reported
sound like it.
Is there a big twist at the end of this?
Imagine if you will.
it to the
About to enter
juvenile
the
authorities.
homo zone.
Ralph was arrested, and Jimmy was released on probation in the custody of his parents. But all homosexuals are not passive. Some resort to violence, as in the case of Mike Merrick. In the heat of competition, no one noticed the man who sat and watched. And when the game broke up and the others left, Mike decided to stay and practice a little longer.
a stranger joined him. He was friendly, and, well, it was better than playing alone. But after a few shots, Mike realized he had already overstayed his time and suggested he better leave. The stranger told him if he'd like to stay longer, he'd be glad to drive him home when they finished. Sounded great to Mike. Chance to play longer and get a ride home, too.
He's about to.
When they finished, the stranger told him he'd make a fine player someday if he got lots of practice. The companionship, the praise, the friendly attitude dispelled any misgivings Mike might have had about going with a stranger. He probably never realized until too late that he was riding in the shadow of death. But sometime that evening, Mike Merrick traded his life for a newspaper headline. As Denny and Jerry got the papers ready for Jerry's afternoon delivery, they only casually noticed the two boys that raced by in the afternoon traffic, and they didn't pay much attention to the car that drew up shortly afterwards until the man called them over.
Want to make $20 the hard way?
Had two boys been by on bicycles? The boys nodded they had. Could they recognize them if they saw them again? Well, Denny guessed he could. Then hop in, the man said. Those are stolen bikes. Without giving it another thought, Denny got in and the car sped away. Jerry watched. He'd been told many times, if a friend got in a car with a stranger, to write down the license number. It didn't seem to apply, but, well, fortunately, he marked it down.
Hey, mister, this is a nice car. Yes, it is, Gary.
When he delivered a paper to Denny's house, he asked his mother if they'd caught the boys that had stolen the bicycles. Denny hadn't returned, so he told her the story and gave her the paper with the license number. Being a careful parent, she decided to call the police. Jerry supplied the necessary information, and the stranger's car was quickly spotted. It was a good example of how important it is to always get the license number and description of any stranger who takes a young person off alone, no matter what they tell you.
And if anybody is going to stop homosexuality, it's cops.
Yes.
Well, they clearly smelled donuts in the car.
Public restrooms can often be a hangout for the homosexual. Bobby and his friends hadn't noticed the man who had been in the restroom when they changed, and as it was late, he suggested they take the shortcut under the pier, but the others preferred to take the more traveled way home.
867-309.
The dude has some big balls. You can just hear him clanging as he walks.
When Bobby recognized the stranger as the man in the restroom, the shortcut under the pier didn't seem like a good idea at all. After all, it's more fun to stay with your friends anyway. Bobby had made a wise decision. It may have saved his life.
And his ass.
The decision is always yours, and your whole future may depend on making the right one. So no matter where you meet a stranger, be careful if they are too friendly, if they try to win your confidence too quickly, and if they become overly personal. One never knows when the homosexual is about. He may appear normal, and it may be too late when you discover he is mentally ill. So keep with your group, and don't go off alone with strangers unless you have the permission of your parent or teacher.
Just ask your parents before you go off on the
I think we've all learned something very valuable there.
I mean, I grew up in the 70s and 80s. None of those guys were homosexuals. They didn't have that constant surprised look on their face.
Let's hear for John Waters.
Yeah,
Oh,
absolutely.
bravo.
Well done. Brian Singer, well done. Where are you now? On that bombshell, I'm going to have to leave, guys. This has been amazing. You've broken my YouTube hymen, so thank you for that. I will never forget my first. But
Our pleasure.
Well, you never know when homosexuals are around.
Thank you so much for joining us.
No,
Smilex.
this has been wonderful.
You have been delightful.
I hope we
Yeah,
get
thank
to
you,
play again.
Smilex.
Thank you, everybody. I'll see you all in Mr. Brown's channel, I guess.
Indeed.
Yeah, see you Sunday.
Bye for now.
See you 1/3.
Yes, hope to see you in a couple weeks.
Cheers, man. Bye.
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 And then there were 3.
This is about to be 2 because I've been up since yesterday.
Well, luckily for you, we're reaching our free StreamYard account limit, and we have about 2 hours left of broadcast.
Well, you and Barbara enjoy the hell out of it. You may have StreamYards may have 2 hours left in them. I'm not sure that I do.
No, I think 4 hours is a pretty
Yeah.
good time. 4.5 is a pretty good length. Yeah, we get 20 hours a month on StreamYards free, and I'm gonna go ahead and spend my money on cigarettes.
Hell yeah,
StreamYard memberships.
All right.
Well, I certainly hope we have a fine dish planned next stream.
Oh yeah, don't worry, I'll pull something out.
I hate to break it to you. You've given me reason to worry in the past. That Mr. Moto returns. Jesus wept.
Look, man,
it's experimental. I understand. You just don't get it.
Fuck, I didn't direct the movie. Okay,
you directed me to the movie. That's worse.
There's no gun to your head. Okay.
It was the gonorrhea, damn it.
There's no homosexuals forcing you.
Boy, my penis sure hurts when I Mr. Moto.
Oh God, Mr. Moto's return. I'm gonna have to go to the health clinic and tell everybody about who I had sex with.
It's back again.
It's like herpes.
Jesus. All right. Well, we'll wrap this up then. Jay, thank you very much.
Thank you, Jay.
Have fun storming the castle.
Oh, yeah.
All right. And thank you, everybody in the chat. Chamalama, Amelia Bedelia, Black Lives, Black Votes, Dan the Ham. You've all enhanced this experience greatly, and we really appreciate seeing you every week. And on that note, I'm going to drown myself in plastic bottle vodka.
Delicious.
Hey, same.
And nutritious.
Cheers,
Good night,
everyone.
everybody. Good night.
Thank you. Love you. It's amazing. Join our Patreon. Follow our Twitter because something, Twitter, whatever. God bless.
Bye.